And he's back, ladies and gentlemen, just in freaking time. Came rolling into the scene, I just like dove into the chair.
I feel like I rolled off camera.
One
Maybe a
second.
little.
I need to change one quick thing.
Oh no, Skype, why are
Done.
you like
All right.
this?
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dinner and a Game. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Tonight is Sunday night, and Sunday night is Curse of Strahd. We are going to be running around in Barovia like chickens with our heads cut off, trying to make sure that we don't get killed, eaten, or... Oh, wait a minute. That may have already happened.
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy.
Uh-huh.
So, Josh's camera's messed up. I got to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Josh's camera.
Yeah, but that's
So nobody saw you do that.
Yeah, no one saw you dive in because
They
your
just heard.
camera was some reason hidden behind my camera. But anyway,
Fantastic.
but tonight, like I said, tonight's Barovia, tonight is Strahd, tonight is spoofy time, and we are going to be terrified. But before we get scared, we're going to go over our announcements real fast. The first announcement, as always, is our race to 8K. Jessica, do you happen to have our numbers, my beautiful, beautiful wife?
Yeah, suck up. 7,567.
Yay! So we're 7,567 followers on our race to 8,000. And remember, when we hit 8,000 followers, we are going to be giving away several things. First off, we're going to be giving away both a limited edition cover copy of the Descent into Avernus, which is the campaign setting from last season. And then we are also giving away the limited edition cover of the new campaign setting, which is the Icewind Dale setting. We're going to be giving away both those books to one winner when we hit 8,000 followers. And we are going to be giving away to one other winner this, which is the limited edition Vox Machina Origins of Storyline Volume 2, for the trade paperback, which is a collection of all the comics in Volume 2 for Vox Machina's origin story. We are giving this is the limited edition in the hardbound cover with the hardbound cover with the framed, not framed, but the special copy of the commemorative print with the artwork from Hunter Severin and Stephen McGowan. And it has, of course, the decorative slipcase, the foil stamped hardcover edition, and it is limited edition. You could only get it from the website. I don't know if you can still get it or not, but we have gotten you a copy, so you don't have to worry about it. We will be sending that out to one other winner when we hit 8,000 followers on Facebook. So go to the Facebook page, follow the Facebook page, and then share out the post for the contest. Other than that, we also have my wife making crinkly noises and driving me insane. Mute your mic, baby. Anyway, so we also have another contest going on. Kessie, would you care to tell us all about our other contest?
Yes, our other contest is to get to 200 Twitch followers, which we are currently at 145. As of when I checked like 10 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
And if once we hit 200, we'll be drawing a name from our followers to win the set of minis. That includes the 3 heroes and the full bar scene.
Yes.
All printed out for you and looking beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Excellent. And we do have those minis printed out. They are ready to go, so we're just waiting to find out who the winner is going to be. So as soon as we hit 200 followers, we're going to be sending those out. We're
so close.
I know. We're 145.
Let your friends know.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, it doesn't cost you anything to follow on Twitch. Following on Twitch is free, and it does provide you with notifications of when we go live. So you will actually get something out of that will help you out to be able to make sure you can catch the show live. We are also going to start posting up soon our links to our YouTube page, because we're posting up all our previous videos on YouTube as well, and we may be doing some special content that's only available on YouTube. So we're going to be changing that out pretty soon. As soon as we finalize what we're doing with that, we're going to be posting those links up here and on our Facebook page. Also, we have one of the things that we're doing that is special to us for this time of year, and that is our Extra Life charity drive. Extra Life is an amazing charity, and I think Mr. Runyon, who is unfortunately muted right now, but I'll give him a couple of seconds to unmute. Mr. Runyon is going to tell us
Yes.
all about it.
Yes. Once again, I have come to bless you all with the good news of Extra Life. So, for those of you who do not know, Extra Life is a charity organization that specializes in helping sick kids, injured kids, unfortunate kids. And so, who can't get behind that? Um, they've done a lot of good work throughout the nerd community in particular, and the geek and gaming community as well. Um, we have decided to partner up with them this time around or rather with Cook's Children's Hospital in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We set a goal of 1,000 originally, and then upped the ante to 2,000 because we believe in this cause. We all definitely believe we can do it. People who don't even know who we are, who just see the word, can do this. And as of right now, we are at $1,210 of our $2,000 goal, which is fantastic. Um, I'm really impressed with how well this has gone, and being that we've only been doing this for a couple of weeks now, but we've still got plenty of time to just blow that number so far out of the water.
Yep.
And so, once again, as always, we understand that not everybody is able to give. Some people may find themselves in a situation where they are unable to give right now, but everyone who has a form of social media is able to share. Send the message out, pass it along. It's like a big game of telephone, but instead of being super annoying, you're helping save some kids. So we are going to keep running this charity until November 7th, not the 5th, like I always say. Um,
Hey, you got
we
it
are
right
running
for
it
once.
till the 7th, where we will be celebrating Jessica's birthday, hopefully, by having an insane turnout for these numbers and blowing this completely out of the water. So please continue to share, continue to give if you can. Just be a hero, save a kid.
Abso-freaking-lutely. So that is Extra Life, and like Josh was saying, they're an incredible charity. They have done so much in the past 10 years alone. Extra Life is been going for about 15 to 17 years, something in that range. And like we were saying, it is a charity that was started by gamers. It started out just as a video game charity. They did like basically a video game play drive. Like remember Jump Rope for Heart back when you were in elementary school? Similar, but then it was with people playing video games. But they've since increased it to where they've taken all of gaming into their spectrum. So people playing board games, people doing RPGs like us, everyone's been included now, and we all just want to make sure that we can do our part to make sure this is blown out of the water. This is where we want to come in and do everything we can to make sure that we can be as supportive for this as possible. And this is a charity that has done major good, will continue to major good, and we just wanted to try and take part. So we're going to go ahead and let you guys have the links here. They're in chat, and if you can, like Josh said, donate if you can. Even $1, folks. Anything helps. Absolutely anything. But if you can't donate, share this link. Cut and paste it. Share it out. Dump it in your browser and then put it in your email and send it out to friends. Anyone who can donate should donate, and we want to make sure that we can blow this completely out of the water. So thank you so much for that, Josh, and thank you guys so much for all the support you've already given us. It has already been amazing. We have nothing to complain about our Extra Life fundraiser right now. You guys have been friggin' outstanding. But that all being said, we would love to make sure that this is a massive, massive blowout of our goal of $2,000. So anything you guys can do to help us out with that. Dinner and a Game as a community have given, I don't even know how much to the charity because we believe in it. So we've been donating to the charity as well as you guys, but you guys have outstripped us by a landslide. So we want to keep that rolling. So in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and go with our store of the week. We are doing our best right now to support our local communities, and those communities are made up mainly of game stores. There's players organizations and clubs and stuff like that, but even those clubs tend to meet at game stores. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to support the local game stores by ensuring that we are doing everything we can to direct our viewers to shop as local and as often locally as possible. This week's store is Collected Comics and Games in Hurst, Texas. They are a local store in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they basically are a gaming store. Whether they're a collected store, so they specialize in collectibles. The one in Hurst is the only one right now that supports RPG and tabletop gaming, but all the stores are based on collectibles. So like almost all the stores have Magic the Gathering, almost all the stores have Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, stuff like that. So they do support gaming throughout all their stores. Just the one in Hurst is the only one that has room for people to come in and actually play RPGs. So that's why we're focusing on that one. But they are a chain in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So, Collected Comics and Games is in Hurst, Texas. They are offering curbside pickup. They are requiring masks for visits. They are requiring people to practice social distancing, and they're doing limited occupancy. And they told me that they are not currently doing any special events. They're not going to do any more events until COVID clears up. So there's not any inside Magic tournaments or anything like that happening right now. But they are doing everything they can to keep our community safe, and we want to make sure that they are supported as we can possibly make them. So if you guys are in the area of Hurst, Texas, and you want to pick up some gaming supplies, please call them. You can call up and order ahead of time, and they'll bring it out to you to your car. You don't even have to go inside if you don't want to. If you can't get the chance to go inside and visit, just remember they're going to require you to wear a mask, and they're going to require anyone who comes in for a long period of time to wear a mask the entire visit. Okay, this is it's like we said. We say every single show. It's not just for your safety; it's for everyone's safety. So do what you can, wear a mask, and enjoy your time at Collected, because they are going to do everything they can to support the gaming community, and we're doing everything we can to support them. So that is the last of the announcements, I do believe.
I have one, if that's okay.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just a little one. I meant to print up by your early one. Just that at Double Dave's, my location, the 7312 Louetta, if you mention dinner and a game, you get 10% off your order.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We are now part of a promo officially. Yay!
If that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
I forgot to run it by you. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry to ask you on stream.
That's perfectly fine. Ladies and gentlemen, dinner and a game is now a coupon.
You guys are officially a coupon code.
Yay!
You get 10% off.
10% off.
Oh, thank God. Oh, it finally
Your whole
fixed.
order, but only at the Studer and Louetta location in Kleinwood.
I fixed it, Kessie.
Oh my God.
Kessie,
I did not like that at all.
Yeah.
Kessie,
I blown up across the whole thing.
I watch it constantly, Kessie. I fix it more times in the stream than you even notice.
Oh, that was bad, though. That was real bad.
I literally, ladies and gentlemen, I spend my night running in games and chasing cameras. That's what I do. All right, so until we get the NDI problem.
And was just like...
And ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we are speaking with the technical support for the software. This is a issue that's happening with the software right now, where the particular way we're displaying our live stream feeds is causing some issues with the software itself. And it's kind of like blowing up and getting smaller and blowing up and getting smaller. And it's happening not just to Kessie's cam. We were originally accusing Kessie of doing it. We were implying it was all her fault.
Not me.
I will continue to apologize for implicating Kessie in such a dastardly scheme. I'm not saying she's not up to dastardly schemes. I'm just saying that she didn't get busted this time.
Really? How dare you ever think such a thing of that of me? Like, what?
So, In the
What?
meantime, I think we've gotten safely through all the announcements alive. We did it in under 20 minutes.
We did it in about 15 minutes, and we
Yep.
had a bonus one for from Evan.
For Double
So,
Days, yeah.
proud of you guys.
Hey.
One big, huge thing.
Son of a
Because this is something that just happened this week, and we want to let everyone know about it because it is a huge deal. We finally got our Patreon to launch. I thought we had the Patreon set up and ready to go. However, when I hit launch, this is what they told me all I had left to do on the last show. It didn't launch. It went into an approval process. So we had to wait for the Patreon to come through. But because of that, a whole bunch of people already had the Patreon link, and we actually have some Patreon subscribers before the official launch. So we are looking for, dagger. We are looking to get as many people onto our Patreon supporting us as much as possible. We are launching a Discord, and anyone on Patreon is going to have early access to the Discord as Kessie's cat gets the best of her yet again. So anyway, we're launching our Patreon, and Jonathan's here. Holy crap!
Yeah, and Jonathan's here.
And now he'll tell us the story of how the cartel was chasing him down the street.
No such stories do exist now, nor shall they ever exist.
So anyway, so we're going to go. We have launched our Patreon. The link is on the website. We have rewards set up right now that are completely digital. But this week, I have everything set up. I'm waiting for the purchase order from them. We are ordering our first set of Dinner and a Game imprinted dice sets. They are going to be white dice with the red inking and with our logo in place of the high side on every single dice. And we are going to be giving those away as a physical reward for a new Patreon tier that's going to be launched as soon as we get those dice in hand. So
my mom is going to be so excited.
I know. So we're going to go ahead and get that sent out, and we're going as soon as we get those dice in, we're going to send out the notification to our Patreon subscribers. We have everything from a $1 tier to a $10 tier currently, and they're all digital rewards. And we're going to be putting out a newsletter. We're going to be putting out all the stuff that's going to be focused around these opportunities, and we want you guys to be a part of it. So go to patreon.com/dinner and a game, and we will. Oh, is it backslash? I forgot. It is backslash. I did it right. Patreon.com/dinner and a game. Check out our reward tiers. Support us in any way you can. We appreciate every single dime. Every single dime is going to go back into paying the bills and making sure we start getting equipment out to people who need it. We are going to be looking at getting some upgrades soon. I am hoping to give some guys some good news tonight, but we will see as soon as we get out of the show because I'm waiting to see if something goes through. So, anyways, yes, shiny math rocks. So anyway, that is the end of the announcements for the evening, and I think I'm just going to hand things over to the Lord of Spoopy, Mr. Josh Runyon.
Okay. So last time on Curse of Strahd, you all had a really fun and great time. We all had a lot of fun together.
We died.
The party had finally cleared out the Wizards of Wine after a battle with a couple of crazy druids and some animated, blighted things. Upon turning the place over, they were able to recover one of the seeds that was shown, or rather told to them, and they were able to make sure that the Wizard of Wines was completely cleared out. After doing so, they went back to Davian to tell him the good news and to give him this gem-like object that they had found. They spoke very briefly with him and mentioned that the druid, one of the druids, before jumping out a window to her death,
with an axe in her back,
with an axe firmly implanted along her spinal cord, had mentioned that he was coming. And hearing this news, Davian turned and left the group as quickly as he could to get back to his family. As the group kind of decided what to do, they saw a storm moving in. When they began to make their way back to the Wizards of Winery, they were met by a very important figure to the campaign, also known as Strahd von Zarovich. They did not do so well with the mincing of words with him, and ended up unconscious, one and all of them, after a very intense and high stress level fight.
Who was the last to
It
go
was
down?
so
Do we
great.
remember?
I
was
do
Kessie.
remember it was
Yeah.
Kessie. Kessie was the last. She did not go down first.
I was the last one standing.
And, ladies and gentlemen, that makes 2 fights that Kessie did not go down first.
Yeah.
I'm getting
So-
better, guys. It's like I'm getting better.
Or it's like you're not playing a character with a very low hit point pool.
Whatever. That's beside the point.
So that is where we left off, with everybody kind of just losing consciousness. And so all of you have had the world kind of fade away from you, go to black, go real dark.
Mine went to lots of
But-
sparkly lightning bolts across my eyeballs.
It's yes, yours was lit up like a Christmas tree, and then like a Christmas tree with one bad bulb, then it went dark. But what is going to have a quick Trey, you were the last thing that you remember. You were standing face to face with this entity, and then you remember pain. But
And I remember fire bursting from my body to cause him pain too.
yes, you do remember getting off the hellish rebuke, and as you saw him kind of wreathed in flames, the world went dark. But as you open your eyes, you find yourself laying flat on your back, staring up into a dark red sky. The sky is almost as if it is in the last moments of sunlight. You can't tell if it is dawn or dusk. But as you look around you, you don't see the sun. It is nowhere to be seen. But the full moon shines in its place. As you are laying there, you kind of hear this rhythmic, gentle sound of water just kind of hitting a shoreline. This sound fills your ears, and it is then that you realize that you yourself are floating. You're floating in a very shallow body of water, and you straighten yourself. You sit up to kind of look around at your surroundings, and as you kind of pan the horizon, it's just an endless mirror of red. You can see that there is the sky itself. It almost looks like it comes down and touches the water perfectly, and this stretches on as far as the eye can see. And that is an empty and barren landscape until you see something that catches your eye. There is a towering shadow that is off in the distance, seeming to be several stories tall. that is looking around as if searching for something. And almost immediately as your gaze turns to it, you see that it fixes its eyes on you. These two large, sinister eyes kind of pierce into your soul, and you are filled with dread and terror. You feel your heart rate begin to rise, and this panic overcomes you. And this shadow begins to lurch towards you, and then it hurtles itself at you with incredible speed. You stand and any sign of respite, any sign of refuge. And you see in the distance a large tower, and atop the tower is this beam of light.
Like a lighthouse, or like just light?
Beacon shining. It almost looks like a very, very small sun. It's just this glowing beacon of light. And you begin to move towards it. It's drawing you in. You know, you don't know how you know, you can't explain, but you feel it, that if you can just get there, everything's going to be all right. And so you begin running as fast as you can, wading through this shin-high water, and it is not an easy move for you. But you push on, and you can feel this thing and hear this thing behind you, and it's gaining on you. You're losing ground to it with every second, but you know that if you can get to this tower, if you can get to this beacon, it's going to be okay. And you sprint as fast as you can. Your lungs just are on fire. Your legs threaten to give out. You're exhausted. You're weak. But you continue to press on. And as you begin to become enveloped in this shadow, you can feel it kind of breathing down your neck, and it's right behind you. And you know that if you give up, you're going to die.
I think it's time for some parkour, yo.
Yeah, so you are doing everything you can to get there. And you get to the point where the light is stretching out to you just as you are stretching out to it. It's almost as if it needs you as much as you need it. And as you close the gap with this thing hot on your heels, you reach out and grab onto something. And as you do, there is this powerful explosion of radiant energy. And this wave of warm, soothing light washes over you. It bathes you, and the shadow is gone. And as your vision kind of returns to you from this blinding light, you see that you are holding in your hand a very elaborate blade. The blade itself appears to be made of light. And a voice echoes through your mind. Restore me to glory, and together we shall carve a path home through the dark. Seek the tower. As it says seek the tower, this large 4-story tower becomes clear to you. The silhouette of this very large tower becomes very clear to you. Follow the apprentice to my side. Speak my name to the guardian of steel, and we will be made whole. We will be united. Seek me, child. And meanwhile, we are going to jump back about 14 years. It is a pretty average night in Barovia. It's not as gloomy as it could be. The sky is not overcast. It has no need to be at night. A perfect crescent moon is hung in the night sky. And sat next to a warm fire is a very young man out on his first hunt alone. This young man is hesitant to sleep out here, but comfortable enough with the terrain to do so when he absolutely must. The night is quiet, fairly peaceful, but it is very suddenly interrupted by a painful shout coming through the woods, followed by another. Johnny, what do you do?
Well, first I'm gonna think, is this okay? Never mind. I'm gonna go investigate.
Okay.
I grab my spear, and I have I used it. You said 14 years ago.
14 years ago.
Okay. And yeah, so I'll grab my crossbow as well.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Sorry.
It would
24 years ago.
Yes,
24
okay.
years ago. I'm sorry. This is 24.
I was
years
just
ago.
trying to gather the timeline a little.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I grab my crossbow. I grab my spear. I don't take anything else. I keep my campsite where it is, and I go investigate stealthily.
So it's not very hard to follow this sound, as whatever is making it at least sounds humanoid. And it's not really trying to hide the fact that it's in pain. And as you kind of move through the woods, you come across this clearing, a very small clearing where next to this bush is an elf, kind of laid down on the ground with his leg caught in one of your fellow hunters' bear traps.
Shia LaBeouf.
No. No, you are Shia LaBeouf in this scenario because his leg is caught.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
I'm really glad that you got the reference because I would have
Yes.
felt like an idiot.
Oh yeah, I got it too.
Okay,
No,
good.
a few of us did.
No, it's all right.
All right, please continue. Sorry.
But you see that he's just kind of wincing in pain, and you see that as he's kind of sitting up to try to get the bear trap off of his leg, there is a bit of there's this kind of acrid burning smell, and he brings his hands away, and you can see that they're kind of steaming a bit, and you don't understand what he's saying, but he is you don't have to speak the language to know that whatever he's saying is not very nice. He appears to be cursing at this thing. and he has not seemed to notice you just yet. Would you make yourself known to him?
I'm going to I'm going to holster my crossbow, but I'm going to have my spear kind of in hand. But I'm just going to kind of put my hand up to show him, like, I'm not here to hurt you, but just kind of slowly make my approach, not trying to make any sudden movements.
So as you kind of make yourself known, he turns to look at you and says, "Oh, you there, young man. I appear to be caught in some sort of trap here. I can't seem to free myself. I am in great need of help."
Okay. He doesn't. He's not going to say anything just yet, but he's going to kind of go over there. He's going to take the blunt end of his spear, and he's going to do kind of motion him to just kind of not step away, but just motion out of the way. And he's going to push the spear down on the pressure plate and just kind of wedge it out just enough room to where he can remove his leg.
So it's easily enough for you. You've handled traps like this before.
Mhm.
This is not your first time disarming or resetting a bear trap.
Mhm.
But the second that it is no longer latched onto his leg, he just kind of scrambles back a bit, and he's sweating profusely. He's panting.
Mhm.
And he just says, "Oh, oh, my sweet gods. Oh, those damn things, these damn things made of iron. Thank you.
He's gonna. He looks at the wound. And he's gonna take a moment and goes, "And go ahead and take a seat now."
He kind of looks down at it and looks to you, and he seems to kind of watch quizzically to see what you're going to do next.
He's taken out a satchel on the kind of bag that he has to the side. He takes out some herbs and whatnot, chews them up, throws them in his mouth for a little bit, kind of motions him to sit down.
He seems to understand what it is that you're attempting to do here, and he kind of smiles at you, just a bit of a grin, and you can see that now that he's not like in distress and he's not panicking. He looks strange for an elf. You've seen elves before, and you've even seen dusk elves. They're getting fewer and fewer, but he looks odd for an elf. He has this smile that kind of is just a little too large for his head. His mouth is just ever so slightly too large.
Like, are we talking like Cheshire Cat large, or just a little
just
too
like an uncanny valley ear to ear grin.
Got it.
And his eyes are also just a hair too far apart. But they are very large. And he kind of motions to you, and he says, "I welcome the assistance."
So he's gonna spit out the stuff that he's been chewing on, and he kind of goes to his leg and kind of presses it into the wound, and takes out some bandages and just starts to wrap it around a little bit.
He lets you dress his wounds, and he looks down at them, and he looks back up to you, and he just kind of stares at you, and he says, "Remarkable."
Just kind of nods a little bit.
"You're quite gifted. What is your name?"
My name is John of Trinity. from Valaki.
Well, Johnny Trinity, I owe you a great debt.
Squints his eyes
there-
at him.
Anything that I can do for you?
Just, just be more careful next time.
Yes. Yes, I believe I will. He kind of stands up, and he's favoring his leg just a bit. And he looks back at the bear trap, and he curses once again and spits at it. He says, "You're a good sort, Johnny Trinity. It's very special in these parts."
I'll try to be. If you ever need any more assistance, you can find me in Valaki.
No. If there is anything that I can ever do for you, please let me know. My name is Indrid.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Indrid.
A pleasure to meet you as well. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go see a friend.
Okay.
He begins to kind of like hobble away from you.
He waits a few steps and he goes, watch your step. You got another one right in front of you.
He looks down. And he turns back to you and he says, "You wouldn't happen to be able to give me a map of the area, would you?"
Well, I don't think I got a map on me. I just kind of know the realm. However, just keep a keen eye. Think you'll be all right.
He looks back out into the woods and into the dark, and he says, "Do you have a camp?"
I'd like to get a gauge on this guy. Does it seem to have nefarious motives?
So if he does,
Mm-hmm.
he
Like, is it
seems
towards
very,
me? I assume in Barovia, nefarious
if-
motives is common,
yeah,
but is it
yeah.
directed towards me?
If he has nefarious motives, you could handle this guy. He's not even wearing armor. He doesn't have a weapon on him.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, this guy's probably better off in your camp than out there alone in the dark. You know what lurks out there, and if he doesn't even know how to look out for a bear trap, he might not survive to go see his friend.
All right. Yeah, I just kind of motion him and have him follow.
So he comes and joins you around the campfire, and the two of you just kind of spend a slightly awkward night. Kind of neither of you exactly sure what to make of the other one. But when the morning comes, he takes his leave, and his leg seems to be a lot better by then.
Like, more better than it should be, or?
At least well enough. You haven't removed his bandages, but at least well enough for him to not hobble quite so much.
Got it. Okay.
And he once again thanks you and leaves.
Before he leaves, I do take out some parchment and a charcoal stick and try to make him a crude map of the forest from memory, and just be like, hand it to him. I give him a couple days of rations as well.
So he accepts these gifts from you, and he says, as he leaves, he says, "I may not be able to pay you back here in this moment, but I always find a way to settle debts. You are a good man, Johnny Trinity.
Kind of gives him a nod and goes,
Don't lose that spark."
I hope to see you again one day, Indrid.
I'm sure you will. And he turns and leaves.
Okay.
Uh,
I go back since I've lost a day. I'm going to go back to hunting the boar that I was sent out for.
yeah. You eventually catch that boar and you bring it back, and it is a very good trophy for you. It is a very good kill. And you are well remembered. That begins your legacy. You are well remembered for your first hunt, for your first kill. And several more years pass by. Um, you are now a bit older, a bit wiser, but still young enough to be a bit brash.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you find yourself once again, as usual, just kind of out hunting game. Uh, the the town is not necessarily on hard times, but
Always could be better.
it always could be better. And with the winter approaching soon, it wouldn't be a terrible idea to stock up. And so you go out continuing to hunt. This time you're trying to bring back maybe a little more than you should. It's
Shit.
nice to be the hero every once in a while. And while a nice deer and a boar would be nice, who's to say that both wouldn't be better? And so you are hot on the trails of this boar. And you ventured out just a little further than you normally go trying to get it, but
Mm-hmm.
you're determined now. You've come
Mhm.
this far. You can't turn back now because that would just be wasteful. And you find yourself on the outskirts of a cave where you see a bit of rustling and movement in these bushes just at the mouth. As you move a little closer, assuming that this is the boar that you have been tracking, you are momentarily delighted to see a very adorable bear cub.
Oh no. Shit.
Very small, very, very small, very young. And at the initial the knee jerk reaction is that, oh, and then
The actual
all of
reaction
your
is shit.
and then all of your training, all of your experience, all of your instincts kick in, and you say, "Oh no!"
Yeah.
Realizing that a cub this young is not far from mom. You expect her to come from the cave, but she does not. She approaches from your left flank and kind of boxes you in, leaving you with very little options except to try to push into this cave and hope that there is a space tight enough for you, but too small for her. She claws at you, she kind of tears at you, and you get scuffed, but you manage to get yourself kind of wedged up into this back wall, but there's not enough space for you to really take good shots at her. The most you can do is get quick jabs with the dagger here and there, kind of slashing. But there's not any room for you to use the spear for lungings to kind of get more distance between the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
And she is far too close and too wild and thrashing for you to guarantee a good placed shot. And you do not have enough arrows to just waste shots on this bear. She will only get angrier.
Yeah. I figure a bolt probably won't bring her down unless it's a well placed one, and I don't think I'm going to have that ability right now.
No, you are not. You are not experienced enough yet.
Yeah.
But as things seem the bleakest, you hear a very loud pop. And suddenly, this large grizzly bear turns into a small potted plant. And standing behind it is a familiar face, one that you saw years ago, a very strange night in the woods. Indrid stands before you, holding out his hand. And he says to you, "A bear for a bear trap. It's almost poetic."
He kind of looks down at the potted plant, looks up at Andrew, and is like, "Oh, that's quite a interesting trick you got there."
This will not hold very long. So I suggest you come out of the cave and we leave.
Absolutely. He kind of gathers himself, walks away. I'll just like eyes trained on this potted plant. Just gonna keep walking and following Indrid out of the cave.
As you emerge from the cave, you see that he is accompanied by a man in this very shining plate armor. He looks a little old. Does not seem to be a local, though.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have recognized him.
No.
Okay.
No. He's kind of got a scarred face. Looks like he's seen a lot of heavy battle.
Mm-hmm.
And as you emerge from the cave with Indrid, he nods to you. And Indrid looks to you and looks to him and says, "Oh, my manners, of course. Horace, this is Johnny. Johnny, this is my friend Horace."
Kind of looks at Horace and goes, "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir." He's gonna pick up the hat that fell at the mouth of the cave and kind of fixate it back on his head.
Horace kind of nods to you and he says, "Is he one of the ones that is going to be joining me?" And Indrid looks back to you and says, "No. No, I don't believe that he will. This man has a hunt to do. And I believe now our debt is settled."
I believe it has been. I appreciate your assistance.
"A parting gift." And he produces a vial with this bright crimson liquid. Hands it to you. It should soothe your wounds, just as you soothed mine.
I appreciate it. He takes it and kind of puts it on in his bag with his other alchemy supplies.
So you recognize this to be a healing elixir of a fairly potent. It's not your average run of the mill thing, and it's not necessarily something that you would make personally, just as quickly as you had for him. This is something that would take a bit more time in crafting from you.
Right.
He says,
I think potions for me it takes like 8 hours or something like that.
Yeah. He says to you, "Travel safely, Johnny."
You as well, sir. It's a pleasure meeting you again, Horace.
Horace nods to you, and as you turn to leave, you hear him turn to Horace and say, "Come, there's vampires to hunt." And the two of them continue off into the wood.
I don't say anything, but I'm immediately like, well, I think I should be heading home. As soon as I hear they're hunting vampires, like, nope, not getting involved in that at all.
So several more years go by, and here and there, you see this character once again, this Indrid. Every once in a while, he appears in town, and he always seems to make a little bit of time for you. No more than a few moments. He never stays for very long. He never overstays his welcome. But there is always at least a little bit of time for you. He sometimes comes alone, and sometimes is accompanied by more strangers, sometimes smaller groups, occasionally a larger group. But every once in a while, it's just him. And on one of those such occasions, about 5 years back, you run into him at the Blue Water Inn. Or rather, going into the Blue Water Inn. And he is coming out. And as he exits the inn, you look up and see him coming down the stairs. And he notices you, and he says, "Well, if it isn't my old friend Johnny. How
Andrew,
fare
how you doing today? I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I have been better, but I just won a rather interesting card game."
You don't say.
I do. I know it's been a while since we've had one of our little chats, but I'm quite fond of you. And seeing as it is the anniversary of the day that we met,
Is it
I
now?
feel that it would only be fitting to bestow you a gift. I'm very glad that I caught you while I was in town. And he kind of goes behind his back into his cloak and produces this very elaborate and very finely made hand crossbow. And as you're kind of looking it over, you've never you've seen some very well here and there, but you've never seen one of its like.
Okay. I kind of grab it. I'm like, Andrew, you should have. I definitely appreciate the gesture. I do not have anything for you. In fact, I didn't even know it was the anniversary of our acquaintance. I'm not sure what to say, except for thank you. I'll make sure that it comes to good use.
There's no need for that. Just remember our friendship, and
Of
should
course.
you find yourself in a giving mood, I accept all gifts. He kind of puts his hand on your shoulder, and he pats your shoulder and gives you another smile, and turns to leave. And he says, "I wish I could stay and chat a bit longer, but you know how it always goes for me. Somewhere to go, someone to see."
Well, next time you're by in Valaki, Abe misses you. I'll tell Scarlet you said hi.
He nods. He says, "Perhaps next time in Vallaki, you can repay me for the crossbow with some of your wife's fantastic cooking."
Absolutely, of course.
And he turns to leave. With this new hand crossbow, you begin to take on a couple of more risky endeavors, riskier jobs, and it is put to very good use. This thing has been a blessing, a godsend. You can't explain it, but it's almost as if there's something magical about this crossbow that just helps you find your mark better. And as time goes on, you develop more of a reputation for not just the breadwinning hunter, but also the protector from monsters. We find ourselves a few days back. You have been asked to investigate some rather nasty killings and rumors. A few townsfolk have died, just on the outskirts of town. It wouldn't be anything too out of the ordinary if they hadn't been completely torn to shreds. You investigated the bodies, and it seems like this was done by maybe a pack of wolves or some sort of other creature, but there's no signs of a pack roving around here, and you would know. And that's when you hear the rumors that there is a man that has been seen slinking around this place, seen in the shadows at night. And this man is not a man. He is a lichen. And he has come on behalf of the Devil Strahd. He has come to ruin the town of Valaki just before the festival, because it is pleasing to the Devil Strahd to see the town broken so. So the Burgomaster has hired you to track this fiend down and destroy it. You've been on the hunt for a few days, and you're feeling like you're getting fairly close, but whatever this thing is, it seems to almost be one step ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's more intelligent than the beast that you are used to tracking down. And it's a bit frustrating. And one night, while you are still on the move, you've decided not to make camp for the night and to continue to try to track this thing. You see this. You're kind of confused by this because this is not a very common occurrence, but you see that this storm surge has swept across the land, heading to the west, and within 10 minutes, it has moved back towards the east. But not a single drop of rain has fallen. Not a bolt of lightning, not a roll of thunder. And it's very peculiar. And you, as you continue to track this thing, you hear something off in the distance, something that sounds large. Make a perception check for me.
Oh, absolutely. Where are my skills? There we go. Shit. 11. Oh wait, do I
So-
get? Just kidding. Not a ranger. I'm a rogue. Keep going.
Not a ranger. Not a
Yeah.
ranger. You would have if you had been a ranger.
Yes.
Yes. But you're kind of listening. It's hard to see. It's dark, but you can see that there is something up ahead, and you know you're not too far from the actual highway.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something that is moving a good 60 feet ahead of you. That's just kind of it's casting a shadow. It's getting a little closer towards you.
Okay.
What do you do?
I follow it. Just stealthily, though. I'm not trying to gain its attention.
Okay. So go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
Absolutely. This I can do. $19.
Well, all right. You kind of sneak through the brush, sneak through the trees, and you find yourself not to the source of this disturbance. As you close in on it, you can see that this shadow that is being cast is from a wagon that is being drawn by 2 horses. And it appears to be filled with bodies. Bodies that are being taken out of the wagon and placed onto the the forest floor by someone.
Do I recognize the person?
It's a little too dark, and you do not have the vision required without a source of light.
I forgot. I don't have dark vision. What's the moon? Is it like a full moon, or is it crescent? Like, how much light is it getting off?
So it's getting off very low light.
Okay.
Because the storm that rolled through has still left some clouds in the sky.
Okay, I'm gonna. How far away are they?
You're maybe 40 feet from them at this point.
Oh, so they're fairly close. Okay. Do I recognize the wagon? Is it from Vallaki?
You'd have to get closer to see in this light.
Shit. All right, I'm gonna kind of. So they're on my side of the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then I'm gonna try to sneak around to the other side of the wagon, so that way I have the wagon in between us.
All right. Very easily done. You get around the corner of it, and how close are you going to get to it?
I'm going to sneak around the wagon. If I don't see anybody on the other side, I'll stay flush with the wagon.
So there's no one on the other side of the wagon. This figure that is moving the bodies is in the back of the wagon and is kind of lifting up and then stepping down out of the wagon and then putting them down.
There's nobody else there except for him, right?
Mm-hmm. As you get closer, you can tell that the figure that is moving these bodies is very thin, kind of lithe. Does not look as strong as they must be for lifting up what appears to be some sort of bear person.
Looks to be like a bear person.
It's dark. It's hard to tell, but it's a humanoid, but it looks like it's covered in fur and looks like it's probably almost 8 feet tall, very large.
Johnny's gonna kind of rest his shoulder up on the cart and since this guy has not seen me yet, I'm just gonna go, sir, or ma'am, I'd like to ask you what you're doing here on this fine night with these bodies.
Johnny Trinity. I was hoping to run into you. The
Sir,
figure turns and, with a flick of the wrist, these glowing orbs kind of appear and float above his head to reveal Indrid.
oh, okay, good. I thought you were gonna say Strahd, and I was like, nope, I'm out.
No.
So yeah, you see
He is-
Indrid. Okay.
He is accompanied by 5 other unconscious figures. You see, the one that is this like elf, furry, quasi giant thing. You've never seen something like it before. There's also a human in this fairly nice armor. Looks nicer than anything that the town guard has back home. But looks like it's kind of been scuffed up very recently. There's also this woman who appears kind of human, but she seems like she's she seems like she is kind of a bit animalistic herself, just touches here and there. You see this elf that looks vaguely like a dusk elf, but also looks semi-human, and they are also wearing very nice armor and have some very decent gear to them. Like, these people are very well outfitted. You also see this woman who you can only describe as green.
Well, that one doesn't look too good.
Um,
Well, I guess in the broad sense of things, none of them look too good. What happened? Injured?
he just kind of sighs and he says, these poor fools were unlucky enough to meet with the Lord of our lands. It didn't go well.
I can see that.
I was hoping.
Where do you know if the devil himself understands that these individuals are dead, or is he aware that they are still alive?
To my knowledge, no, he just left. I was lucky enough to be passing by, and I saw them in a terrible state. I've managed to stabilize them, but I was hoping to use your abilities with the healing arts. These people are very important to me.
How far away are we from Valaki?
You're a couple days, like maybe a full day and a half.
Cart's in good condition.
Cart's in very good condition. And now that
Alright.
you're here with the lights up, you can actually see that the carts got the symbol, the sigil for the Wizards of Winery, and it has a couple of barrels in it.
He kind of looks around and goes, "I'm gonna need my tools."
He says, "Yes, of course,
Will you ride with me to Valaki?
absolutely."
All right, get the rest of them in the cart. And he kind of helps them get everybody in the cart, and he takes the driver's seat. You're going to get in, sir.
He as you're starting to do that, he is actually he stops you and he's actually taking the wine barrels out so that way they aren't bumping around and smacking into each other as much as they were.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets on and rides with you. He rides back to Velaki.
You go, hey, yeah, and snacks the whatever those things are fucking called. I don't know, man.
The reins.
The reins, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the whips, but I was like, oh no, that's not
Yeah.
it. You guys we start making our way back towards Velaki.
So he, as you're riding, he just kind of looks at you and he says, Johnny, I always seem to run into you when I need to see you the most.
I'm glad you do. I'm happy to help.
As I said, these are very important to me. I know that there are not many people who share the feeling, but there are enough that this current situation that we find ourselves in, under the rule of this tyrant, it is not desirable. These 5 share the opinion with me. And we may be able to do something about it. Unfortunately, they were foolish enough to attempt it before they were ready. Before I was able to help them a bit more. But I think that maybe a local boy would be a good help for them.
Johnny doesn't say anything.
In return, they would be, of course, a great help to you.
How do you figure?
Well,
Because I want to make you something very clear. Is I'm about to bring 5 half-dead bodies into my living area, and Scarlet will not be pleased. And I can only, for the life of me, hope that Abe is fast asleep by now.
well, I know that you have made quite a name for yourself hunting monsters. And it just so happens that these 5 would very willingly help you. And what greater monster is there than the one that watches over us? Imagine a world where your son would be able to walk freely in the streets without fear, where howls in the night would not pester you, your wife, your son, anyone. Freedom. Freedom is what we're all after. And these poor souls were brought here against their will. You're a good man, Johnny Trinity. I've known that. Will you be a good man now?
Kind of stares off in the distance down the road towards Velaki, and he goes, well, it seems that me and your friends here have quite a bit to talk about. Let's get them conscious. Kind of rides off.
So it's a lot easier to get there with these horses. It's a lot quicker. And by dawn, you are just on the outskirts.
1 second. Well, before we got in the car, can we say I went back and gathered my shit from my camp?
Sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay, just making
absolutely.
sure.
We retcon that we go back and get your stuff.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Right around dawn, you're not far from your house. And the people in the back of the cart are kind of starting to stir just a bit. And I need everybody who is in the back of the cart to roll me a D10. Please and thank you. All right. So Kilram and Aceris. The two of you come to consciousness first, roughly around the same time, and you are in the back of a wagon that is moving, and everything hurts. It feels like you died, and you both have 2 levels of exhaustion.
Oof.
Kind of look
Okay.
back and I hear them kind of moving around and everything. Ah, shit. All right. Hand the reins over to Indrid for a second. I go in my alchemist pouch. I pull out 2 small little vials, with like a white milky liquid. And well, I was hoping to treat you before we got, or after we got to my house. Go ahead and take this, and hand one to each of them. It's going to help with the pain.
Thank you. Oh,
You're very welcome. Take the reins back. Keep going on.
who are you?
Well, my name is Johnny Trinity. I'm here to help.
Indrid looks back to you and he says, "A friend."
I imagine those are rare in these parts, so.
Very much indeed.
And Aceris, are you also going to be taking this? Are you also going to be imbibing of this concoction that is given to you?
You are muted.
Oh yes, you are muted.
I said, hell yeah, I'll partake.
Essentially, all it is a painkiller.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's enough to like not make you miserable the entire rest of the ride there. But it's another like 10 minutes or so, and you guys are starting to pull up, and the rest of you are starting to come to as well.
You could stop in front of my house.
Yeah. The rest of you are also suffering 2 levels of exhaustion, with the exception of Trey. Trey, you are only suffering 1 level of exhaustion. And as you come to, you are gripping the broken part of the blade. You have white knuckling it. And Indrid sees all of you wake up, and he says, "Well, welcome back."
Can't
Did you
believe we
miss me?
survived.
As you guys are all stirring around, I'm going to hop off the cart and be like, I'm going to give me about 5 minutes here. And I'm going to go in the house and just kind of like prepare my wife, make sure the kid is asleep while you guys are doing your thing.
So,
We don't have to like do the scene or anything. I'm just saying, like, you know.
So tell me about Mrs. Trinity.
Oh, she's gorgeous. You know, she has she's in it. You know, she has like, fuck, I didn't actually think about this. She has she dresses very nicely, especially for the statue that we have in the city. She tries to make sure that she's very clean and pristine and you know, presentable at any given time. She's fiery wit, very intelligent. Uh, very much like my wife, doesn't give any shit, or doesn't take any shit rather.
Gives plenty, takes none.
Yes.
So you kind of, are you like sneaking into the house, or like you just like making sure that she's you know, she's awake, or?
I do come in. I don't try to sneak in. Really, like she's always been. She knows about my like, you know, altruistic attitude and everything. So I assume that she has been very like understanding of sometimes, you know, I have to bring somebody in to help them. But uh, you know, 5 half-dead bodies and Indrid, you know, might be a little uh, startling. So especially with the kid roaming around, and the kid's probably like at this point 8 or 9. Um, so I really want to make sure that Abe is in his room, and you know, hey, this is about to happen. Let's clear off the table if we need to. Um, and I ask her to gather me some of my tools and my elixirs and my raw materials if needed.
So she agrees, but she also makes it very clear to you that you are going to have a conversation about this.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Uh,
I completely understand.
um, but you, you and Indrid kind of help the others into the house, um, and begin the process of trying to kind of bring everybody back to fighting spirits.
I would like to try to, I guess, in some way or another, mitigate one level of exhaustion,
Yeah, it's
if
that.
possible.
So you get the feeling that that right now, basically, what they really need is just a solid rest.
Hmm.
And as long as you are able to treat their wounds,
Hmm.
they're they'll make a full recovery
Okay.
in double time. However, it is that Indrid was able to stabilize them. Um, that's probably what is causing this exhaustion in them. But it's not. It is a band-aid where a tourniquet is needed.
Sure.
And so he has come to get his favorite tourniquet.
Mm.
So you you are all conscious once again. You are all brought back, and you find yourselves in this fairly modest house. It is not. It's not a. It's not a small house. It's not just like a hut, but it's a fairly decent sized cottage. Um, I imagine, and we didn't exactly specify where you are in Valaki, but I imagine that Johnny is uh, just enigmatic enough to still want to be kind of on the outskirts of town, but still close enough to town to get business done, and
Yeah.
you know, to
Mhm.
still be able to make a quick jaunt into the heart of Valaki.
Right.
So
I would say that I still have like in addition to it, there is like the side building that I use to like prepare my
Mhm.
catch, my game, and everything as well.
Right,
I don't want to do that in my living quarters.
right. So your wife, she kind of goes to make sure that Abe is going to be, uh, you know, sleeping through as much of this as possible, and also, um, just to kind of give you the space that you need to work here. But the process of nursing these people back to health is going to take a couple hours
Hmm.
before they are before they're feeling a bit more right.
Right.
But they're gonna need the full 8 hours to get uh, that 100% back.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of you are in a strange new place with a different person and Indrid, and Strahd is not in front of you anymore. Uh, how's everybody feeling about that? How's everybody doing?
Kilrim is feeling relieved that he's alive. He really didn't think he was going to make it. He thought it was a death mission.
Lorelai is just like brooding because she feels miserable right now.
She's just pouting.
Yeah, essentially.
I'm just trying to like keep to myself and process through everything at the moment, because at this moment we should be dead, and it's been a lot more than I really want to handle at the moment.
Indrid was in the cart, right?
Indrid is in the house.
In the house. Eric's going looking for Indrid.
Oh, he's right there in front of us, right?
Yeah, he's not like
Well, he's right there.
He's not like hovering. Yeah, he's not like hovering over you guys, but he is in the house. He's maybe like 5 feet from you.
And Eric walks up to Indrid and he's like, "How are we alive?"
Indrid kind of says he kind of looks a little shocked at you. Says, I saved you.
You have that power?
I have enough power to keep you from fully crossing over when it is necessary. I spared you from death. I couldn't fully heal your wounds. I wish that I could, but
Lay on hands.
you're welcome.
You would be able to find my nephew then. If you can
It's
stop
funny
one
that
soul
you
from crossing
mentioned
over,
that.
you can find another.
It's funny you should mention that. I was on the way to tell you that I picked up his trail.
Really?
He's not far from here, actually. There's a lake to the north. A small encampment on the outskirts. With a band of elves. They're eccentric, but harmless.
They have my cousin, or nephew?
They do. He is safe, to my knowledge. I'm not exactly welcome in their camp anymore. They find me unsettling. Their loss, I suppose. You know how superstitious some people can be. A strange man walking through the woods by himself, unarmed. They think me some sort of fiend or agent of the devil. They have their reasons, I suppose.
I kind of like look over my shoulder at everyone else. We need rest.
You'll also need a guide, which is why I've brought you here. This is my very good friend, Johnny.
Tips his hat and goes, "Pleasure to make your acquaintance."
Johnny is a good man. One of the very few here in Barovia. You're very lucky that he is willing to open his home to you.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're very welcome. How's your pain?
It's bearable.
Very well.
We'll move on as soon as we can.
You take your time. I'm happy to be of assistance.
You understand what we're doing?
I do now.
And what housing us means.
I do now.
And you're willing to let us stay.
Johnny kind of looks up the stairs where his son's room is. I am indeed.
That's mighty generous of you.
As I said, Johnny is a good man.
A real friend. Just like you, Indrid, right?
Precisely. And speaking of friendship, I was going to wait until you were fully recovered, but I did bring you more than just good news of your nephew's sake. And he kind of goes. He fishes into his coat, and he pulls out a few things, and he says, "The rest are in the cart. I'll be right back." And he places a few small things on the table, and heads outside quickly.
I'm gonna head outside with him.
So as he is producing these things, you are seeing magical auras around them.
That's fine.
And
I'm not interested in that at the moment. I mean, I will be later, but not now. I want to have a small conversation with him.
So you follow him outside, and you are at the point now where you've rested enough to kind of move around, but like any strenuous activity is going to be beyond your reach.
I don't even care how much it hurts. I just want to catch up to him, and I want to ask him. I dare not mention it to that monster, but I want to know what he's done to my sister.
I'm unaware of her exact circumstances, but if he is repeating history, how strong of will is your sister?
Fairly. She's a fairly strong priestess. But that thing seems to be much more powerful than any of us.
He is a monster. You did say it correctly. He will try to break her spirit. Breaking the body is far too easy for him. It's lost its flair. It's a young man's game. But eventually he will try to turn her.
Do you have access to magic that can send her a small message?
I can certainly try.
Can you just let her know that I still live? If that's his goal, is to break her. I don't want her to be broken by a fly.
I will see what I can do.
How long does it normally take him to break someone?
He kind of starts pulling a few things from the cart. You can see they also have some magical auras about them. But he turns back to you and he says, "That is completely dependent upon whom he is trying to break."
What's the longest anyone's ever held out that you've seen?
There was one. She was remarkable. She lasted a full year.
Do you know how?
I dared not go for her myself. It's far too dangerous. And her companions, they were not so strong of will.
I'm just gonna hobble back into the house.
As you are about to cross the threshold, he says, Trey.
Stop for a moment and turn back.
For what it's worth to you, I truly believe that you 5 have a better chance than any of the others before.
Yeah, that's the problem. You see, my sister's life hangs in the balance of our success. And if that card reader is right, our success hangs in the balance of me being worthy of a sword that I'm not worthy of. So your faith in us seems a little misplaced. And I'm gonna go inside.
So it's a moment or two later that he returns inside and lays these things out on the table. And he says, well, unfortunately, Johnny, I wasn't sure if you would be willing or able to assist, so these gifts that I have brought are shy one, but I will make up for it.
No. Please be. You already given me a gift before. I don't think it'll actually. Bear no mind. Bear no mind. I'll be all right. Okay.
So he nods and he says, who would like to open their gift first?
I'll go.
So he looks back to the pile of items that he has, and he pulls this very small cylindrical package up, and he hands it to you. And he just kind of sits down next to you and just watches, like, kind of
Like
waiting
mom on
for you,
Christmas.
like, yeah, just go ahead, open it.
So I'll open it up.
I wonder what's in it. So you open this package, and as you're kind of unraveling it, this cloth kind of falls away to reveal this very thick scroll that's kind of been tightly wound, but you can feel that there's something solid at the center of it. And as you undo the scroll, you see that it is actually 2 scrolls. Two of them have the 2 of them have been very meticulously written out, and you can see that they are diagrams, and you immediately recognize them as arcane diagrams for spells.
Oh boy.
What's your passive arcana?
My passive arcana is 17.
Easily enough. These are 3rd level spells. You can tell that one of them is used to dismiss magical effects, to dispel them, if you will. Not as if you were instantaneously reacting to something, but afterwards.
Of course.
The other one seems to give you the power to conjure the fury of the skies, hurling a lightning bolt at your enemies. And at the center of this is a very fine ebony wand. This wand has been kind of fairly recently tampered with. And it looks like sigils have carved into it. And they match your wand sigils. And he says, for you, something
This is
to spice things up.
this is beautiful. I can't wait to try it out, and I'll go ahead and start using it by casting Identify on it.
So you are able to identify that this is a Wand of the War Mage +1. This
Yay!
is, and then the 2 scrolls are a spell scroll of Dispel Magic and a spell scroll of Lightning Bolt.
Indrid, thank you so much.
He says, no. This is a gift, yes, but again, let's not forget why I'm giving you these things.
Insurance, of course.
Where they came from. They belonged to those who came before. I'm simply hoping that they will serve you better than they did them.
Wonderful. Who's next?
He looks around and goes, yes, who is next?
Johnny's
I
like
add
sitting
all this
back
stuff.
watching all of this transpired, pulls out like a long cigar, lights it with a match, and just kind of sits back on the wall, just taking a deep drag on it, just watching this new, completely interesting troupe of characters come in. Some that he's never even seen the like of.
Yep, like me. I'm the furry
Yeah.
one.
He's definitely trained on you because you were very interesting.
Red and blue all over.
Yeah.
Can I immediately start transcribing these into my spell book?
Yep, it's light activity. You'll be able to do that over the course of the rest.
How much will it cost me? I'll look it up.
Eric steps forward. Indrid, before I open the gifts that you're giving us, the items that were owned by those you brought here before, I wanted to ask you something.
I'm all ears.
We were brought here, and you met us here. And you warned us, above everything else, to stay away from the devil. To try and help the people, but to try and keep away from him. And the first time that we did anything to help the people, he was on us in a flash. It's almost like he knew we were coming. And he knew where to find us.
A miscalculation on my part, to be sure.
What does that mean?
Johnny pipes up for a second. You have to understand that Strahd is the land. There's not much that happens in this Barovia here that he is not aware of.
I do not want to disrespect you in your own home. I just find it very convenient that we were discovered so incredibly quickly.
No disrespect taken. I understand you're just newcomers to this land. I can't speak on the convenience, sir, but I would like to make sure that you do understand that you're in his house now.
We were made well aware of this.
I did not anticipate what was happening at the winery. It would seem a few upstarts had taken it upon themselves to put the winery in jeopardy. The winery is the lifeblood of this land. One of the few comforts that these people are given in their dreary lives. There's one thing that Barovians do better than brooding. It's drinking. It seems that you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But now you are within the gaze. I'm hoping that with as readily that he dispatched you, that he will not pay you any other mind, so long as you do not shake things up too violently.
Did he come to stop us, or did he come to stop them?
I believe that he came to stop them.
That's what makes sense to me. You can't keep people in misery if there's not at least a hope of joy to make them miserable.
You can't have true misery without a spark of joy.
When I stepped,
It was unfortunate timing, Eric. And you have my apologies.
I'm assuming that when I stepped up, there's something there.
Mm-hmm. So he's holding this. He's holding this kind of like. It almost looks like a wrapped picture frame, like a painting.
Mm-hmm.
And he hands it to you.
It's a new tabaxi.
Tabaxi.
It is a
whole damn tobacco.
It's a tasteful nude of a tabaxi.
There you go.
Yeah.
No.
So I take it.
You look pent up. No, it's no.
Take this in the bathroom and relax for half an hour.
He opens up a magazine and it folds out.
No, he
All right, so
he hands this to you, and it's surprisingly sturdy but very light.
is it wrapped? I guess
It is wrapped. It's wrapped in this very like thin cloth.
I unwrap it.
So it appears to be like a flattened sheet of metal. But he says, place your hand on the center.
I put my hand on the center.
So as you leave your hand on the center of it, it kind of vibrates for a moment and then expands into a wafer thin but very sturdy set of armor. Roll a history check for me.
I do the history.
Mm-hmm. I want to see if you've ever seen this material before.
Skills. Alphabetical. Oh, I'm trained in history. This is amazing.
You know what's not amazing?
Did I roll a 7?
We're exhausted.
Oh shit, we're at disadvantage. I have to roll again and try and get lower. I succeeded!
So, you do not remember seeing anything specifically like this before, but you can tell it's very, very sturdy armor. And he kind of smiles at you and he says, "They call it mithril."
Do I recognize? I'm assuming I can tell what type of armor it is.
Yes, you can tell that this is plate mail.
Oh, Okay, when it falls out and it is obviously plate mail, I kind of do a double take. But when he tells me it's mithril plate mail, well, I wouldn't know what mithril is. So I'm just
Yeah.
it's like I kind of look at him and I like, but it's so thin, it'll cave the first time a blow is struck.
He says, "Do you have the courage to test it?"
I've already died once.
So
I'll
he
get ready
he
to heal
he
you.
he instructs you to place your hand on the center of it again and hold it there, and it folds back into that thin metal sheet, and then he instructs you to place it on your chest and hold it there.
Okay, I
And
do.
as you do that, it expands over your body.
Over my existing armor.
No, you had been unarmored.
Ah,
You had been you had been unarmored, so that way you would be able to be treated properly. And you are suddenly encased in this plate armor. Um, and as you were kind of like looking down in like in astonishment, like, oh, that was super quick. You look back up to see Indrid kind of run at you and do a sort of like diving kick, hitting you squarely in the chest and knocking you back, over the chair and kind of, head over heels
mm-hmm.
backwards. Um, and
At that
as you
point,
land
Johnny's
on
like,
your
"Oh, no!"
yeah, as you land on your
Saving the
back,
good china from.
yeah, no, she's gonna kill me. Yeah. So
Yep.
you land on your back, and you kind of like just once you're done rolling, you kind of lay there and you look around. You realize like you didn't feel a thing. Like you felt the tumble, but you did not feel the impact whatsoever. And he did a full-on drop kick into you.
I've worn plate mail like in tournament before, so I
Mhm.
know how difficult it is to move around in.
This is
So
a breeze.
I will say I go to try and stand up.
It's like a second skip. Yeah, you expect to struggle to stand up. You overestimate the strength needed to get up, and you kind of stumble forward a bit. And it's like wearing a second skin made of magical metal.
I don't I I don't know what to say.
Typically, when a friend gives you a gift, the proper response is thank you.
I get a weird look on my face and I look up at Indrid and I say, the person who previously wore this is dead.
Unfortunately.
The person who previously wore this wore it against the devil and died.
Yes. I will not sugarcoat it. He was also a good man. But
And I kind of stand there and I draw my longsword and I say, good men can fall. It is known. And I invest my longsword with a channel divinity in my longsword to where it lights up. But
so
gods can stand.
it is bright in here now
Yeah,
for
but gods can stand where men will fall.
he everyone's kind of like, oh, and Indra just smiles at you, a big toothy grin, and he says, this is what I was talking about. who's next?
I'm still kind of like looking at it myself,
Yeah,
walking away.
So you have mithril plate,
Gotcha.
and I have given it the tag, essentially the, oh god, what is it called? The pull away.
Mm-hmm.
It will not take you 10 minutes to put this on.
Jesus.
It will take you the time of an action.
I can sleep in pajamas.
Yep. Who's next?
Who's next?
I guess I
Alright.
guess I'll step forward.
So he brings out he brings out this very like the largest package that he has for you.
Mhm.
And he hands it to you. Yes, large
Okay.
package. Largest package, yes.
Hit.
Okay,
His
I'm
largest
really glad
package,
that
yes.
Jesse also
His
had the same look on my
largest
face.
His largest package for you, yes.
We're
I am a
12.
12-year-old boy.
big
I am a
package.
12-year-old
Big,
boy. I
big
can't
package.
help it. I'm so sorry. Oh my god,
Because
you
yes,
guys
my
both
door's
had the
open, so.
Yes.
face.
It's a big package, and it's just for you.
Oh god. Oh, I don't even. No, okay, I'm not yet.
Do you take it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you take it. All right,
Yeah.
enough of that. So,
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
you open it up, and
Mhm, mhm.
it is a large axe that has been inscribed with these runes that look foreign to you. You can't exactly read them.
Mhm.
But the pommel of this axe is fashioned into a large gaping mouth that looks like it is in mid like raging scream. Um, yes, yes, yes.
Cassie has no idea what this
Okay.
is.
Sorry. No, I don't. So sorry.
Uh,
Keep going. It has a mouth on it. Oh god.
Yes. It looks like it is in the middle of screaming. And you also see that kind of like laced around the hilt of the axe are these two bracers. And the bracers have depictions on either one of them of a visage of a large bull that's kind of like reared up, and on the other one, it is the visage of a large bear. That is also just looking very fierce. They have very simple leather straps to them. Um, they appear to have
Mhm.
The material that these things have been carved onto appears to be some sort of uh, very polished metal.
Why? Like, why is everybody trying to make me laugh tonight? Like, what?
Um,
Okay. Anyway.
For the stream, there is a side chat.
but yes, I have seen it. Yes, I did this. I made this happen. My verbiage did this.
Yep.
So,
It's all your fault.
I should have known better than to use the P word. I should have just said he takes his dick out and shows it to you.
Hey,
You probably. And for your gift.
Yeah,
Like
for your
how-
gift, my weenie, my weenie.
my juvenile joke was a little higher level than.
So
We're adults.
So get ready for this one too. He says he says to you, these will offer you a sense of protection.
Okay.
Always take protection. Always.
Always take protection. I get it. Yeah.
So so you have been given a great axe of warning.
Okay.
Which will alert you whenever enemies are coming down on you. Whenever you guys are getting you basically can't get ambushed. You are immune to being surprised as long as the weapon is at least like within 10 feet of you.
Ooh,
Got it.
It does require attunement. You
Yep.
have also been given bracers of unarmored defense. So as long as you are not wearing armor, your AC will be raised by +2. These also require
shit.
attunement. So you have been
That's
given
fine.
you've been given 2 attunement items. The axe does count as magical for the purposes of overcoming resistances, but it does not give you any pluses because you're a barbarian and fuck you. You do too much damage. I've made the mistake once of giving a +1 or +2. Well, what was it? Was it +3?
It was a +2.
Was it
It was +2.
It was +2.
And then
+2.
you gave me +3 later. I gave him a +3 as a gift way later in the campaign.
You were only like level 10 and you broke the game. So I'm gonna skip that and you just get. We're gonna break the game the other way, so I can't surprise you.
Cool.
Who's going to get their present next? All right, Asarius. So he gives you this very elongated, very obviously a staff. He gives you a staff. He's giving you a staff. He takes the wrapping off. He takes the wrapping off, and it's just a staff. And he says, "Here, it's a fucking staff. Please don't make any dick jokes."
At that point, Johnny kind of chuckles between 2 drags.
I can't possibly take another dick joke.
How long is it?
5 inches, but it's thick.
Oh god. Oh god. God.
Girthy. No spooky tonight. It's just all dick jokes.
It is all dick jokes, all of them.
Yeah.
Old dick jokes plus a cowboy.
Yeah. It's the best place for a cowboy.
Absolutely.
Is in between a bunch of dick jokes. And so he what have I done? So my mom might be watching this.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, if your mom is
Good
watching
line.
this, she's going to kill us.
Dicks. No, she knows what a dick is.
No, I know.
How else would I be here?
But still,
Sorry, Mom,
oh
I love you.
Lord. Oh my god.
No, please don't-
You're
please
just
don't
making
be mad
it
at me.
worse.
I know I can't stop. So yeah.
Oh gosh.
This staff is it is a very finely carved wooden staff that appears to be carved into the visage of like a totem pole. but the depictions of like each totem appears to be like covered in these sigils that you recognize are used in like healing rituals. This staff is it looks kind of like thinner and frail in certain parts, but it is incredibly well made, and it is very sturdy. You can feel the magical energy just kind of coming off of this thing. Yes, precisely. It is
Cleon and Bloodline.
so it is a staff of healing. It has 10 charges. They recover 1d6 plus 4 charges every day at dawn. You can expend a number of charges to do a couple of spells. You can do up to a 4th level cure wounds on somebody by using 4 charges of the staff. Each level of cure wounds is a charge on the staff, so you can do 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. You can also spend 3 to do lesser restoration, or you can spend 5 to do mass cure wounds at 5th level. So just regular 3D. Yes.
I still can't get into Fantasy Grounds.
That's okay.
So,
That's
is there
okay.
any way you could like write some of this stuff down?
Yeah, I'm actually going to put them in your D&D Beyond character sheets tonight.
Yeah.
Badass.
Yeah, I'm actually going to, because pretty much all of them require attunement, so you're going to need that long rest to get them anyway. So I'm going to put them in there, and you will have access to them once we have the D&D Beyond updated. Yeah, so 5 charges are going to give you 1 use of the 5th level spell, Mass Cure Wounds, just the regular 3d8 plus Wisdom. But if you use all 10 charges, you're going to have to roll a d20. On a roll of a 1, the staff disappears, never to be used again. But otherwise, it's just empty on its charges once it's empty. But it does recover, again, 1d6 plus 4 charges daily at dawn. But he gives you that. And he says, this should help keep things from.
I go out back and I'm like, hey, Scarlet, can you grab the dog, please?
You hear Scarlet in the background. You damn dogs! Shut the fuck. Shut
nice
up.
cover, thanks.
Shut up. So you, he hands this to you. Says, this will help keep things from, hopefully, from arriving where we were just a few short hours ago. A little extra help keeping you alive never hurt. And he turns to Trey.
Hi.
And he says, I still fully intend to attempt what we spoke about. But in the meantime, perhaps this will help to ease your mind a bit. I certainly hope it does. And he goes and retrieves this this small uh, the small amulet, and as he produces it from this bag that he was holding, and he holds it out to you, you see that it is reminiscent of the visage is reminiscent of two hands kind of clasped in prayer, um, with like a rosary, like prayer beads, kind of interwoven in between them, and kind of cupped, clasped in the center is this vibrant ruby, that seems to have this sort of swirling vortex inside of it. Um, the hands appear to be made of, and the chain appear to be made of just pure gold. Um, it's kind of like lined and accented in platinum, and this ruby is perfectly cut. And you see that it is positively swirling with magical energy. This is not just some gaudy piece. It is something magical.
Who did this belong to?
This was a very brave man's. His name was Horus.
Recognize that name.
He fought very bravely. Up until the end, even. This should have kept him alive. But he took it off, offering it to someone else, in hopes that it would do for them what it was supposed to do for him.
Did it?
It did not. So I suggest that you do not repeat this man's mistake, and you keep it on your person at all times. Tuck it away if you must. But this will sustain you.
Pockets are awesome.
I'll extend my hand and I will take this very interesting piece of jewelry.
So you have been given a parapet of wound closure. So while you are attuned to this item and wearing it, whenever it comes to your turn, and, you are dying, you are automatically stabilized. This basically, it does not mean that you are unkillable. It just means that when it gets to your turn, your death saves reset to 0. Period. You are stable. But you would still be unconscious. Like the regular rules of coming back, like an hour, 1 HP, you'd come back. That still applies. Or being healed, whatever would bring you back. But you'll never really have to roll a death save again, as long as you're attuned to this and wearing it. However, death save if someone hits you while you're unconscious, that's still 2 failures. If they hit you again before it gets to your turn, that's still 2 failures. So you are not unkillable with it. You.
Okay.
But it does need to be on your person and attuned to you for it to work.
And doesn't it do the hit dice thing too?
Oh, yes. When you are, yeah. Let me look at the exact wording here. because I don't want to misquote it and have the whole internet make fun of me and you guys.
The internet would never do that.
Yeah, whenever you roll hit dice to regain hit points, it's
Yeah,
double the
you
number.
get you
We
don't
would
double
never
the
do
dice, but
that.
you double
We
the
would
you double the number. So
definitely
Yeah.
not
you still
ever do
you
that.
still have the regular number of hit die that you would normally have, and when you roll it, so if you you're rolling the d10, and you roll a 10, that's a 20, but it only uses one die, but it only doubles the number that you've rolled, so you'll never roll less than a 2 again in your life for recovering hit points from a hit die.
Cool.
That was to Trey, right?
Yes. Con mod does not double itself, just the number rolled. And that is everybody's presents.
This is like Christmas. I know Halloween's closer, but that was nice. You gave us nice items.
You're right. And we're gonna go ahead and take a break here because it is 8:22, and I have to pee. So we're gonna call it here. It just turned 8:23. Yeah, it's 8:23. We will come back at 8:33, and see what is next on the agenda for everybody here at Curse of Strahd.
All right.
Screw you. I'm
And
not
we
my yogurt.
okay. We're back, and so everybody has gotten themselves a little present, except for Johnny Trinity. Sorry, Johnny.
It's okay.
But you guys are still gonna need to rest for a while. Still gonna need a couple hours of rest before you're feeling back to 100%. And after all of the gift giving and a little bit of exchange between all of you, that that Indrid begins to kind of look around the room, and he's kind of nodding, and he says, "Well, I hate to give a present and go, and I wish I could stay, but there are other matters that I must attend to, other things that require my attention."
And he kind of pipes up for a second. It's like, well, I do gotta ask, Indrid, what's the next step in your plan here? You dropped off your friends here in my doorstep, and that's no problem. I don't mind helping out, but and I'm here to help in any fashion. But what is the next step on this journey of yours, and ours rather?
Are you having this conversation away from everyone else, or just right there?
I assume that everybody's still like in the area.
Yeah, in the yeah.
Eric looks up and says, "We go to the elves
The elves.
that have
Do I know
my
the elves?
nephew."
My
Am I
cousin
aware
or
of-
Nephew.
nephew? It's where his nephew is.
Am I aware of any elves in the area?
You are actually. There's a little encampment that's kind of a little ways outside of town here, and then to the north, at the lake, there are also more than a few elves up there. They've kind of set up a small encampment. It is not their main encampment, but they've kind of set up like a forward scouting base there. I don't think that you've necessarily paid much mind to them. They seem to kind of keep to themselves. But you know that they have had some trouble with the law around here. Having been a citizen, you would also know that they are essentially like they're essentially like Strahd's favorite thing to fuck with. Of all of the people in Barovia, he loves to torture these elves the most. You've never seen any of them with children. It seems like they are dying out.
Goes like, well, if you if we're going to be taking this fight to the devil himself, I think that the elves would actually be a good start to this. I know that they do have an encampment over there next to the lakeside. I can take you there, and if you need a translator, I do know Elvish.
As do I.
He nods and he says, "They would be a good place to start. I think that the next step really should be trying to hunt down the artifacts."
Right. The artifacts that the fortune teller told us about.
Try to get your hands on as many as possible.
The armor and the sword, and can't remember if there was anything else. Let's find out. Let me look.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say.
got notes. I got
I was
notes.
gonna say you can either make a history check or you can read your notes.
There was a book, a holy symbol.
And the book, yeah.
A book, a holy symbol, and a weapon.
Yep.
Would any of these items of significant importance, based off of what they are what they're asking about, ping any information for me? Basically, like, after we help with the elves, that way I can kind of guide the next step.
Specifically, so you wouldn't have any idea where to begin looking for this particular item because it is something of legend. Like, you're not even sure if it exists. Like, it's the kind of thing that, like, your dad's 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 dad might have seen and told his friend and told his kid, told his ninja, and like everybody kind of has a different story about it, but it all has enough similarity and truth that you're like, something has to be behind this story. There has to be some truth amongst all of the different tellings and stuff, but specifically the holy symbol that they reference.
Got it. My dad's dad might be involved in that, so.
Which is why I would say that you specifically, when they mention the holy symbol and they describe it, did you guys? So wait, were you reading off the stuff in character?
Yeah.
I said the 3 items in character, but I don't ever remember us getting a description of. Oh, well, the holy symbol looked like a raven. We did get told that.
And we got some information, like several stars around a hooded mage. Look for a wizard's tower on a lake. Let the wizard's name guide you. Name and servant guide you to the light you seek. And there you will find your weapon against the enemy. Faceless god at the end of a winding road will give knowledge. And fallen house guarded by a great stone dragon, highest peak, protection against enemy.
Yeah. So the symbol, the holy symbol, it was the fallen house guarded by a great stone dragon. Look to the highest peak.
Oh, yeah.
So you can. I'd say you can roll a history check with advantage to see if when they say that, if you have like a better idea. But if not, like if you like just with the lore information that you have as your character, you can operate freely with that as much as you'd like, obviously.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt again, but that description is if Kilram does read that off, the fallen house, so the stone dragon, I definitely recognize that from my lineage, being a descendant of that house, right?
Yeah.
If I'm thinking of this right.
Which in the interest of fairness, we did not collaborate on this. Yeah. I don't think you knew this going in. I don't think you picked this like going in. You just like had an idea for a character, and I was like, oh yeah, word. And then I realized what you did like 4 days ago, and I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be great.
Yeah,
this is gonna be great.
Which
yeah. So yeah,
that lineage isn't something that I talk about though.
Yeah.
Because of the Lord of the Land. Sell that house.
Exactly. So yeah, when they mention the symbol, again, you have never personally seen it. You don't know anyone who has, but like it does have a significance to you when they mention it.
I do believe that if we are going to be going after the holy symbol after we help our friend here, Eric, with his family troubles with the elves, I definitely do know at least the next step as far as perhaps finding that. We can definitely go and make a trip down to Arkenwold, and See if we can find anything in the ruins.
Well, looks like we have a partially full agenda.
As far as anything else, nothing comes to mind at the moment.
He's going to walk up to Trey, and he's going to say to you, I will do all that I can. But it's going to be up to you to do the rest. You have my word. And as he says, you have my word, you see that he kind of shimmers with magic. There is a enchantment that kind of stems from his mouth and kind of washes over him.
Almost like he's bound to his word.
Yes.
Interesting to know.
Or he's using illusions to make you think that.
Yeah, well.
Well, he would see if it was illusion with his magic vision. So, like, you see, it is enchantment. Like, this is a full on, like, he has done something magical here now.
I mean, Trey doesn't know yet, but I'm pretty sure there's a magical spell that actually like falsifies magical auras.
There are I think two. There's one for sure that I know of, and then I think there's another one that can be kind of botched to do it.
Yeah.
But
We'll just give him the benefit of the doubt for now.
yeah. But he just gave you a bunch of gifts, man. Like, why would he lie to you?
I mean, I feel like he's going to take these gifts back and give them to the next set of people too. I mean, so what's the difference?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you guys fail, we can just restart this with new characters and you'll get all your old equipment.
Right?
Okay.
I'll just have to
This
kick
sounds
your
really
shit in one more
familiar.
time. Yeah.
I'll roll a cleric next time.
We've done this before. It is happening.
I'll be
again.
Johnny's son
It's
Abe.
happening again.
We're trapped in the Matrix.
Yeah, so he, with that, he is going to stand and he's going to go over to Johnny, and he's going to shake your hand, and he says, "It is always a pleasure, friend."
You as well, sir. I'll make sure that Abe is tells you that you said hi. Whenever he does awake, he'll be sad that he missed you, but I'll.
Yes, I did bring a little something for him as well, and he is going to reach into his pocket and he's going to pull out this little handful of a couple of like sweets, some like licorice and like just a couple of little tart candies, and he says, "Hey, we can keep this between us. I know Scarlet doesn't necessarily approve."
I'll make sure that he knows that. I'm sure that he'll be beside himself, but I'll make sure that keep it away from Scarlet's view and tell him the same.
There aren't too many things that I fear in this realm. But the wrath of that woman is high on that list.
And he kind of looks around, make sure she isn't there. Like, brother, you and me both.
He smiles at you and nods, and he turns and walks out the door.
Pocket the candy for the moment. Depending on what the next couple hours are like, if we were, or has everybody rested yet? I don't know how long it's been. It hasn't. It's just we've only spent the past couple hours, right?
It's been a couple hours, not long enough for the full effect of this long rest. I'd say you guys are probably about 3 hours in, like maybe 3.5. So you're still going to need quite a decent amount of time. However, everyone has been taking it easy. No one's been doing anything really strenuous. So, the timer is steadily ticking down here. No one's resetting it by doing anything crazy.
Before we go into our actual rest, and we don't have to play out the entire scene if you don't want to, but I would like to let Scarlet know that I'm stepping out for a moment. Go and gather some raw materials from the town for alchemist supplies. But before I come back, I would like to stop by Rictavio's and just kind of explain the entire situation, because if there's anybody that would like to know about these kind of dealings, it would be him.
So, yeah,
he's fairly he definitely enjoys this type of stuff. He's a bard, he likes his stories.
Yeah. So, I think that you you go up and you probably spend about like 15 minutes just talking to your wife about this.
Mm-hmm.
She is not super happy about it, but
Of course.
But like as you explain the situation to her more,
I just like to explain, I basically, not verbatim, but do explain to her, like, this is our chance to have a life out of the darkness and the shadow of Strahd.
How much does your wife know about your lineage?
She's the only person that knows the entire story.
So I think she's not super happy about it at first, but I think as you kind of explain a bit more, and as you kind of give a bit more context, and also as you when you let her know that Indrid is involved, she kind of calms down a bit. Still doesn't like it, but isn't going to necessarily be obtuse. She understands, as you set the stakes for her, this could be a chance for not just you and your family, but for all of you to be free of this tyrant. She understands the gravity of it, and she, before you leave, she says, just be careful.
Now I pull out and I go, now Ender did let me know that you weren't supposed to see this. And this is meant for Abe. I'm not sure if Abe will be awakened by the time that I leave. I'm not sure what the party's plans are, but in case I do have to leave in a whirlwind, he pulls out the licorice and the sweets. He's like, can you make sure that Abe finds these? Perhaps not by your hand, but maybe just set them by the bedside while he is sleeping, so that he can find them when he wakes.
She rolls her eyes, and she kind of gives a heavy sigh, and she says, "Well, he has been behaving himself.
He has been doing his chores, brushing his teeth, and he's doing a great job. I think he definitely rewards it. Make sure that he doesn't know that the full intensity of the mission that we are on. That we are just telling his dad is taking a few friends on a hunting trip."
What about your contract?
I'm sure we'll get to that. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we might come across something like on the way to the Elves.
Well,
there are plenty of other hunters in this. Maybe they can
I can't say I like it.
I understand.
I know it's something you've got to do. I love you, Johnny.
I love you too.
Uh, she kisses you, and she's takes the candy, and she kind of goes and finds a nice spot that's not too out in the open, but not so hidden that your small child will never find the candy.
I do. I
And
write
the
out like a little
and
note, and it says from Indrid on it, and just
Yeah.
hide it with it.
the whole time she's just kind of like grumbling to herself, like, give my kid sweets without asking me, trying to hide it from me. It's- but yeah, you head down, you let everybody rest up, and you head down to the town square
Yeah,
where you can
essentially,
find the
I want to
wagon.
gather some. Oh yeah, I want to gather raw materials so that I can use my alchemist kit, alchemist tools. But I also would just kind of like to explain to Octavio and see if he has any insight or help in the upcoming quantrels that we will be finding ourselves in.
So you head into market. It's easy enough for you to get stuff. You're pretty widely renowned in town. Um, you're well respected, well liked. It's people are like, oh, you back from your hunt already? Oh no, I just need some stuff for you. Oh, okay, well, keeping us safe. Uh, you come up to you come to Rictavio. Um, and he just kind of is just kind of waking up. It's still fairly early in the morning. And he is a man who loves his beauty rest. Um, but he's maybe been awake for just a little while when he sees you approach. And he says, "Well, if it isn't Johnny Trinity, back from the hunt already."
No, not quite, sir. I kind of ran into a bit of a snag. Something was kind of dumped on me in so many words. I just figured I'd stop by here and kind of explain the series of events that led me these past few hours. I think that you would definitely find this interesting.
I am always keen for a good story. Please come in.
Kind of go into his hall and just kind of explain everything, like not in like super hyper detail that I don't, because I do have guests at my house, but just kind of give him the cliff notes of everything that's going on.
This isn't the first time you've had to give him a story synopsis, and he's good enough at filling in the details himself to the stories that he has told to paint a more accurate picture. And as you are finishing, he just kind of lets this low whistle out. Just, Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. You mean to? And he kind of like looks out the window of the cart, and double checks this. You mean to move against Strahd?
It does seem to be the case. At first I was very much not keen to this pursuit, but after a friend of mine injured, I think you guys have met in the past once or twice. I think I've introduced you.
I have met this man a few times. Yes.
Very persuasive. I think that we might have a shot here, and I definitely want to make sure that I'm raising my Abe in an environment that is best suited for him. If I can do that, there's no other choice.
You are a good father.
Try to be.
I'm sure that your father would be proud of you if he could see you. It is admirable what you are doing, but it has been done before.
That's what I hear.
There have been closer attempts than some others, but perhaps this time things will be different.
Perhaps, and I believe it will.
Well, you know what they say about the devil here. You know there are weaknesses, things that he avoids. Perhaps maybe well, I will be sitting this one out. Perhaps you lure him into some sort of trap of some kind, or play to
Arrogance.
his arrogance, his ego.
I'm sure they will come across some kind of a plan of attack, but you're my friend, and I want to make sure that you knew what was going on in my absence. And I do wish to ask you one favor, if you'd be of the taking.
Yeah, anything for you, my boy.
Keep an eye on my son and my wife. Make sure they don't go, you know, make sure they're fed. If in my absence, they should be fine. But if anything is to happen while I'm away, keep an eye on them. That's all I ask.
You need not ask. You know how much I adore Scarlet and Abe.
I appreciate it.
They are family.
Kind of looks out the window a bit, and I should be heading back now, but I just want to let you know where I was going, and what was happening, and asking you to keep an eye. I appreciate your friendship, of course, and hopefully see you very soon.
If there is anything that comes up, anything that I can think of that may give you the edge, I will send it your way.
I definitely appreciate that, sir. He kind of gets up and he kind of like crouches underneath the cart because he is fairly tall. But I'm gonna make my way back to my house now, and I'll see you soon. All right.
Travel safe.
You as well.
And he steps out of the cart and just kind of begins to stretch a bit and look around the town, just double checking that there aren't any prying ears or eyes.
Yeah. So he makes his way back.
Yeah. So while Johnny is away, the rest of you are still kind of resting up here. And after about 10 minutes of you guys just kind of sitting there without Johnny, you guys can hear some stirring upstairs. And you hear this kind of thud travel across the ceiling and coming down the stairs, and kind of jumping down the stairs, 3 to 4 steps at a time, appears this young boy, maybe 9, 8, kind of tall, scrawny, tall for his age, a little scrawny, kind of scraggly bedhead. Clutched in his hand is like a half already bitten down licorice rope. And as he hops down the stairs, he kind of lands. He does a very hard land, and he looks up and sees all of you. And he just kind of like looks around, and still with this licorice in his mouth, he just says, "Hello."
Hello there.
You're not Uncle Indrid.
We're friends of Uncle Indrid and your father.
Okay. And then kind of quickly coming down the stairs after him is the woman that you saw earlier. And she kind of comes down the stairs and says, What? I told you. Just leave these people to be. They gotta rest. I'm so sorry. He just he got candy and he got very excited. I apologize.
Don't even worry about it.
Are,
It's
is
a
there
wonderful
anything that I
rush.
can? Is there anything I can get for any of you? Water or anything?
I think we're fine, but thank you.
All right. She
And I kind of,
turns back.
as you turn back, I look and say, and thank you.
Yeah. Of course. She kind of turns back and escorts him back upstairs, and he's like, Mama, who are these people?" And she's like, "Hush, hush now." Just kind of hurrying him up the stairs. Um, and after a couple minutes, she comes back down, um, and like she starts kind of just going about her duties around the house, and you could tell that she's not like angry that you're here, but she's also not like super pleased that you're here and that Johnny's not. Um, and after a couple more minutes, Johnny shows back up. And you guys probably still have another like hour and a half before you're really feeling fit for extended travel. So what are you guys gonna do with that hour?
I imagine that he sounds like a trapper, and so I've just imagined myself this whole time like laying across some sort of skin rug on the floor, like cuddling with whatever dead animal that was.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like like a elk hide that we've used as a rug, but it was more of like a trophy rather than like something that was like meant for like a hide that was really good for a rug. It's a display piece.
It's my bed at the moment.
Yeah.
Hanging in the horns.
So you would probably have just enough time to get both of those spells into your spell book, and then have a little bit of time left over, Kilram.
So as I'm finishing it up, I'll actually be like, while I'm finishing, I'll be like, Lorelei. Sorry, wrong voice. Lorelei, will you pass me the? So many to keep up with now. Will you pass me that ink there?
Keeper, is that you?
Yep, it was. Sorry to make
Yes,
you.
Of course. No, you're okay. You're okay. I just hadn't put my retainers back in. Yes, of course.
Lorelei, I'm working on some new things here, and I know we just lost, but I don't want you to give up. Apparently, I'm the optimistic one here.
I'm not giving up. I'll never give up. I should have been stronger. I should have been able to do more.
We weren't ready. We got in some good hits. He's just stronger than we think.
You said Scarlet is also around during this conversation, right?
She's
Okay.
kind of moving about the house. Like when you get back, she's
I was just thinking for like the only reason I was asking is because is she hearing this conversation?
I think she's like
I would be trying to keep it a little.
I think she's pointedly trying not to listen, but like
Yeah.
she can't like
help
not
it, right.
not a big house. She can't help but hear some of it.
That's the only question I had. Please continue.
Yeah. So I think she's actively like trying not to like listen and look at you guys.
Yeah, Kilrim wouldn't even think to like not talk about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Charisma is my lowest stat.
Wisdom.
It's only an 11.
Wisdom
It's higher than
wisdom
mine.
and charisma low. Intelligence very high.
No,
Book smart,
wisdom
very-
wisdom pretty high actually. I rolled really good stats. I got a +2 wisdom.
But
so-
anyway.
So she is she is privy to this, but not necessarily. She's not like stopping what she's doing when you're saying this.
Yeah, I just want to know if she was in the area. If like I was gonna have to have another conversation at all. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I'm just disappointed in myself.
I stand up.
shouldn't.
I stand up and I walk over to where Lorelai and Kilrim are. Are you sitting down, Lorelai?
Yeah. I'd be like sitting next to Kilrum.
I kind of crouch down in my new, incredibly easy to move in armor, and I kind of look up at Lorelai and I say,
Do a slob squat.
I kind of look up at Lorelai and I say, I have the power of my God behind me, but I was foolish. And I spoke when I should have been silent. You did not fail. Had I just let him pass, this would not have happened. You did everything in your power to stop him.
What you did and what we all did was right. It was the right thing to do.
I have the ability to understand that the right thing to do is not always the thing to do. But at times, my ability to reason out what the thing to do is limited. And this was one of those times. I kind of look around the room and say, I cost you all dearly. It could have cost you everything. I cannot say I'm sorry enough.
It's all right.
You have nothing
Any
to
of us would have done the
apologize
same.
for. Exactly.
I hope not, or we're going to die a lot more.
I don't plan on ever dying again.
You found immortality?
No, what like
I chuckle. I kind of just like pat her on the shoulder and I
I
walk
don't
away.
plan on dying at the hands of Strahd again. Let me rephrase that.
No, I only died to one of his hands, so I got one to go.
So it's at this point that Scarlet walks into the room.
I'm gonna say that I have not arrived yet. By the way.
You do not want to be here for
and,
this.
Nope, I'm not here yet. I'm talking to Octavio down the street.
And she says to you guys, I don't know much about any of you or what happened before you got here, but John has made it very clear to me that he is intending to help you. My husband is a very good man. He's a wonderful father, and he's the love of my life. I do not wish to see him in a in any danger. Certainly not directly with you know who. And I wasn't trying to listen in on this conversation, but I couldn't help but overhear. And I would hope that in the future, not just for your sakes, but for his sake, that you would exercise a bit more restraint and caution. He has lost a great many things. And I do not wish to suffer the same. And she kind of just turns back and goes back into the other room.
Is that when he just busts in the door like, "What's up, everybody?"
I was just saying, I was like, at that
I
point,
got the alchemist supplies.
Hey.
Potions.
yeah, at that point, I guess I will walk in and just kind of see everybody just kind of looking at Scarlet and looking around at each other. How's everybody feeling? Very well. I'd like to take about an hour here and while we finish our rest and before we head out, to refill a couple of the items that I have utilized on you. The pain medicine that I've used shouldn't take me too long, especially since it is not a healing potion. It is a flavor potion, basically.
Yeah.
But I would really very much appreciate if you just give me about an hour with my tools and supplies, if that is okay with you. He kind of looks over at Eric. Very well. He kind of goes over to his workstation that he has there and next to the dining table that most of you guys are sitting at, and starts pulling out some raw materials and like brings out a mortal pestle, starts going there, lights a small fire in one of the tools that he has, and starts getting to work. And every so often he just kind of gives a little bit of a side eye over at Scarlet, who's working, just kind of like, I know something was said, but I'm not going to talk about it right now.
So to break the tension, almost as if on cue, Abe comes downstairs, and he just comes over to you, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, what are you doing?"
Hey there, son. Here, how about you help me? And he kind of puts him up on his knee or on his leg there, and he's like, "Here, how about you grab me that, and you take this, and start breaking that up for me, all right?"
So he's actually gotten a lot better now that he's a bit older at helping you out here. Used to be you would just have him kind of like, when you were a kid and you would play video games with your younger sibling with the controller unplugged.
Yeah.
It was the equivalent to the alchemist bench of that, but now
Yeah.
you're actually kind of teaching him and letting him learn.
And he looks over and he's like, "All right, now what's this one?" This one he pulls out like a wolf's bane. He goes, "What's this called?"
That one's called wolf. Wolf.
It'll be wolf's bane. It's very good.
Wolf
yeah, very good. And what do we use it for?
Wolf's bane. We use it against. Wolves. The wolves don't like it.
Well, it's close. And say it's Yes. But more of the lycanthrope.
We use it for
Right.
for the lycanthrope. Yeah, that's what that's what I was saying.
Of course you were. All right. How about you start grinding that down now?
And he's actually pretty wizard with this mortar and pestle. And he says, "Hey, Dad,
Yes.
is that guy like a were like Teddy?"
He kind of looks over. He kind of looks over at Killer and he goes, "You know, I think he is. But, you know, I don't think we got anything to worry about. I think he's going to be okay."
He kind of looks back at him and he looks and like you can see that this kid is like looking back at you, and he says he looks real soft.
Well, but if you ask nicely, he lets you pet him.
So his face kind of like lights up.
So make sure you ask nicely. Use good words, all right?
Yeah, and he like finishes up what he's doing really quickly, and he hops off your lap and he kind of like walks up to you, Kilrum, and he says, "Hi."
Hello there.
Bites him. No, just kidding.
Shocking grass.
Oh God!
It's me, Strahd, the whole time. In child. No,
He takes off his cow suit.
Yeah. Yeah. He says, are you like it? Did you get bit by a teddy bear?
And I'm like sitting right next to you still, right?
Yeah, I look over at Lorelei, and I go,
I don't know, Kilrum, are you?
No, damn it again. No,
Yeah, you know my struggles with dude.
Yeah. I'm what you would call a furball. We come from the forest.
Your fur?
Yes.
And
But
he kind of like sheepishly like brings a hand up, like he's not reaching out to you, but he like kind of like brings it up a bit and he goes, Can I pet you?"
Of course, and he actually brings down like his head where like the fuzzy hair is, like the crazy like red hair is.
Yeah, he kind of hesitantly reaches out and he like, and then he just kind of starts like just going all over, and he just starts laughing.
Here we go. I'll
Yeah, just.
There you go.
And he looks
Yeah.
back. He looks back and he looks back and he says to Scarlet, "Mama, he's like Lucas's sheepdog."
And Killerim just chuckles. Killerim just laughs and enjoys it. Lets him have as much fun as he wants.
Johnny lets out like a small little chuckle as he's like really trying to quickly finish this up, but
and,
you know.
And Scarlet kind of like peers back over the corner and she says, "Abe, he is a person. Be respect." And he kind of like brings his hand back and he says, "Sorry if it was too much."
No, it's quite all right. Would you like to see a magic trick?
I like magic.
Fireball.
All right. Now,
Uncle Rico shows me magic tricks from time to time.
this one's a very simple one. And he just goes invisible using his furball magic.
Just watch the birdie. So as you go invisible, it blows this kid's mind. It blows his little mind.
Oh man.
He's just like,
Even Johnny's like, well, hot damn.
I'm not gonna show him my magic
And
tricks.
he instantly reaches out where you were, and like it's like as he touches you, the effect fades. He kind of screams a little bit, but like immediately starts laughing, and he says, "That was cool. Do it again."
Oh no, I can only do it once.
Just
Unless I
once.
really, really want to do it. Then I have to. That's maybe when you're a little older.
Okay.
But I can do this.
I'm a little older now. Can you do it again?
And he says, no, maybe when you're this old. And then he uses his disguised self to turn into like an older version of the kid.
So you actually end up looking like a younger Johnny. And Scarlet sees that, and she just says, "Huh, what happened?" As she looks back at you.
I look back at Scarlet. Don't you get no ideas, man.
That one lasts the full hour, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
And I can see him up to 3 feet
I
shorter.
don't think we actually went over the character description of Johnny yet, have we?
Yeah, we haven't given a real description of Johnny.
no.
Yeah,
Well, hold
no,
on. I don't want to. I don't want to
yeah,
derail this
so-
scene because I'm fucking loving it. But
So,
afterwards.
No, so give me an explanation of what young Johnny looks like, and then we can compare old Johnny. So for what you suddenly look like.
Well, Johnny is young Johnny is like jet black hair, and the gristle. Like I guess like how young is he?
So how old were you going to make yourself look? Like kind of like in your 20s, or?
Yeah, like maybe 19, like last teen year.
So
yeah,
you
so
look,
like about whenever
you look about the time when Indrid saved you from the
Yeah.
bear.
Oh, and from the bear. Got it.
Yeah.
Around so
that time here.
that time he was kind of going through a goatee phase, and he had like this like really well manicured goatee, very nice like trimmed eyebrows and slicked back hair, kind of going down to like just below the ears, and very fit, very tone, kind of a little bit arrogant, but who wasn't in their early 20s? Doesn't have any of
I love it.
doesn't have any of the weathering that Johnny has now.
So yeah, you look like that, except Abe is not. Does Abe have dark hair?
Abe has dark hair, but he has his mother's eyes.
Okay, so yeah, so basically you have you look like a younger Johnny with just a different color eye. And once again, Abe is just you have blown this kid's head out the back of his skull with this crazy magic trick. And he says, Uncle Rico never did that.
Well, I didn't mean to show up Uncle Rico.
Uncle Rico just takes coins out of my ear, and then I get to keep them, and then I buy candy. And Scarlet says, "I heard that, and I knew that." He just kind of. I'm like licorice is my favorite.
You know you can cast spells with licorice.
He's like not even comprehending what you're saying at this point. Like you're You have this kid in absolute awe. He says,
And I pat him on the head and I
"What
say,
kind of spells?"
magic spells. I think you've had enough fun for one night. I don't want your dad to have a young little wizard on his hands now.
Oh,
Well, you know what? Maybe it'd be a good thing. I think he'd probably do a little bit more around the house if he had a little bit of arcane persuasion about him. Isn't that right? You think you can do some chores with some magic, boy?
Scarlet pipes in and she says, he doesn't even lift a finger as is, let alone to cast a spell to make a magic broom sweep the house.
Hey, well, you know what? Anything would help at this point. Then can only go up from here.
But if you do have a magic broom, I would like one.
Keep an eye out for you, dear.
And Abe said, if I could do, I would turn all my food into candy. Can magic do that?
Magic can do things like that. It can make food, but I don't think it can make it ill into candy.
I'm gonna stretch and I'm gonna be like, go grab something nasty out of the kitchen.
So he runs off to the kitchen, and he comes back with like, he comes back
Broccoli.
with this, you know, he comes back with this kind of like lumpy, like weird looking potato, and he says, "I got the ugly one."
Okay, well, while he's got his back turned, but he's got the potato in his hand, I'm gonna press the digitation it to make it taste like pure sugar.
He looks down at it. He's, what?
Just eat it. Just eat it. It's fine.
He takes a bite out of it, and he is absolutely delighted. Like he is one. He says, "Can you make all the potatoes do this?"
I'm just gonna look at his mom like, which vegetable do you want him to eat next?
She says, "Any of them."
Yeah, go grab a carrot.
He runs off and grabs a carrot and comes
While
back.
he's got his back turned, I'm gonna do it again to the carrot.
He takes a bite and he's just like, "Mama, why can't you cook like this?" And as soon as he says that, he just like, there's like a stillness that falls over the house.
Yeah, it's like,
And he just stops and like Johnny stops, and she just looks back. And he says, "It's a sweet carrot. It's sweet."
This is why I quit when I was ahead.
Dear, I think your cooking is phenomenal, and in fact, Indrid has requested next time he's in town that we all have dinner together.
I wish he wouldn't just come and go so frivolously.
You know, he's Indrid. It's kind of his whole thing.
Well, I'll cook something up for him, but he's gonna get a piece of my mind giving this candy away.
Oh, I completely understand it as well. It would definitely be well received.
So the remainder of the hour kind of goes on like that with little tricks and distractions. Johnny working on his stuff, and he comes to an end of it, and you guys are feeling a lot better. Still kind of a little sore, but the exhaustion has been lifted. You guys are right as rain, and everyone is. Let's rest that party.
We can click long rest on everything. Yay!
Yeah. Let's rest that party, and also.
Yeah.
I mean on D&D Beyond too, though. You can do it there. Because I still
Yes.
I still like to keep track of that stuff. Do we lose both levels of exhaustion, Josh, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because the treatment I was giving you, I was trying to mitigate one, so the other one goes with a long rest.
Yay, 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 yay. Now I get to choose my spells for the day.
Do I have? I guess I have to go through and like individually rest everybody here. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. No, you're right. There is a party box. Oh, the combat tracker. Got it.
God.
What was that? What
Please watch.
was that?
Whoops, that was the. That was.
Oh.
Man, they just.
97.3.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Nice.
You know, there's a lot of really crass jokes that could be made out of that, and I'm just
Whoa.
gonna make a single one of them.
Whoa.
While Josh is doing that, I guess I can go over the appearance thing.
Yes, please.
Kind of kill the dead air. So as far as Johnny's appearance goes now, not young Johnny, whenever Scarlet met him. Yeah, young hot Johnny. This is now old and weathered Johnny. Johnny is a tall, grim-looking human with salt and pepper hair, a thick mustache, and a beard that's kind of a slight point at the end of it. Stern, piercing blue eyes, and a weathered yet kind expression. He wears a worn, muddied black leather trench coat black trench coat with thick leather boots and gloves, and an old leather brigandine under his coat. Under his coat as well, you see a case of crossbow bolts that are strapped to his left thigh, as well as a slung hand crossbow from his belt. There's a heavy belt strapped across his chest, over his right shoulder, which holsters a hand axe. Across his left shoulder is a modestly sized bag of alchemist tools, as well as a few pouches of raw materials. Peeking out from behind his shoulder, you see a steel point of a simple spear, and a pair of goggles, which I spelled wrong, drape around his neck, and a tattered wide brim hat rests upon his head. There you go. There's your dead air. It's up to you now.
There it is. There it is. All right, we're in it. So, yep, everyone is long rested. Are we? What is the plan for the party? Right on. So it is
like midday, right?
It's a little after midday, probably around first bell. So the lake itself, is a couple hours journey from here, but there is also an elven encampment, a smaller encampment that is just outside the gates of Valaki. It's probably only like 30 minutes on foot from here. Yes, but the elves that are here are part of that group as well.
So I guess the question is, do we seek aid from the ones that are close by and potentially risk them letting the ones that by the lake know, or just go straight to the ones by the lake? I'll follow your lead.
Yeah, I was gonna say let Eric decide since it's his
Yeah, it's his nephew.
family member.
So you do have a cart. He did leave. As you guys get outside, you see that the cart is still here. No, this is the
cart from the
Winery
winery.
cart.
winery. It's a larger cart. It was large enough to fit all of you in the back. Like this is a
And is the
much
wine
larger-
still in it?
No.
No,
The wine,
yeah,
Okay.
check it out.
the wine is in the woods.
Okay.
Before we leave town, is there a place where we can pick up a map of Barovia, or at least a map of anything that's here?
Would I have one?
Yeah.
Just to kind
I
of
would
mitigate
say-
any
I
costs.
would say you would at least have a map of like the northwest.
Yeah. Okay.
You would at least have like a map of like at least the area surrounding. Yeah,
Yeah.
the area surrounding Vallaki and Vallaki itself and the lake. And maybe like a little bit of the Svalich woods.
Is
Yeah.
there a cartographer in town that would have something that's more complete?
You most certainly can check it out.
Oh, I'm asking the guy from town.
Oh.
Would there be?
So there would definitely be like the map that you would have. There would definitely be a more detailed version in town of that map, as far as like detailed of the entire land. Like maybe there's no guarantee.
I'm gonna go before we leave. After having this conversation with Trey, I'm gonna go and look at that trophy rug that he was playing with.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look at Scarlet and be like, I promise to replace this. And he kind of starts to roll it up. And he hands it to Trey and he goes, find yourself a photographer, ask for this as a trade.
Okay.
While that's happening, I do want to step away, and I don't want to have the whole conversation. I just want to be like, this is what I want to go to Octavio and say, hey, I do have a contract. Can you talk to some of the other hunters in the city and see if we are able to kind of send this off with them, as this is something that does need to be done. I just don't have the bandwidth to do it at the moment.
So, yeah, you will say you lead them into town. You kind of lead them towards the market, and you're like, "Hey, this is where you to get this done. I'm gonna make a quick pit stop over here."
I just don't want it to be
You
like
go talk
there's
to
still this
Octavio.
awareness lycanthrope out and hurt, like, picking off people. I want to make sure that it's still taken care of, and I feel like if most of the hunters in town kind of band together, they can at least take it down since I will be missing.
Yeah. So you pitch that to him, and he says, I don't know, Johnny. That is a tall order.
I'm not asking if
Is-
Rictavio will do it. I'm just asking if he
Yeah,
can kind
yeah,
of pass
yeah,
along
no.
to at least, like, if there's a guild of hunters, like if he can kind of pass along to them.
Yeah, he says there is. You won't find that many of them are eager. It is one thing to hunt a wolf or a wolf pack. It is one thing to even hunt a bear. But hunt a beast such as the one you have taken the contract on, it will take quite a bit of greasing in the paws. I will do what I can, of course, but
Well, how about this? You just go ahead and tell them that the contract is open. If I can go ahead and take it down by myself or with my friends here outside of town on the way to these elves, I will. However, if they get to there first, that'd be fine.
it would help if the reward was.
I'm
And
sorry.
it
I'm sorry,
might-
there,
it might-
Octavio. You kind of your
It-
voice cracked a bit. I didn't quite catch that.
It would help if I knew how much you were getting paid for this contract, so that way I could incentivize.
You know, that is a great question. How much am I getting paid for this contract?
You are getting paid 50 gold for the head of this beast.
Oh, hey, actually, just never mind. I'm gonna go ahead and take care of this myself. I'll try to find that on the way.
He says, well, tell the tale. Of course, I would ask that you would come back and tell me how it went because I would love to tell the tale of this.
Absolutely, I'll make sure to tell you that tale.
I will turn you into a hero of legend, Johnny. Everyone will know the name Johnny Trinity. They will make statues of you.
I don't know about all that,
Them
but
small, but very detailed.
well, I don't know about all that, but I do appreciate it, and I'll try to take care of this myself.
If only someone was giving away those statues.
Right? If only
Maybe
someone
one-
was giving
maybe
away
one
one
day-
of those tiny
maybe
statues.
Maybe one day I will create said statues and I will give them out to people. We can play games with them. Perhaps over dinner.
Oh God. Ladies and
So-
gentlemen, I didn't make him do that.
Nope.
No, it's a shame.
Nope.
Self-plug.
That's just Josh.
Perhaps if people were to follow me around while I twitched. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my head. Alright, you have a good and safe
He fucking leaves.
I love you.
Oh man.
Fuck do I know?
So yeah, you guys head up into the square, and Valaki is a pretty nice little town as far as like what you've seen here so far. Definitely not as defensible or as much more like a city as Kresik was. There are walls. It is secured, but it is not quite the that Kresik is. But the biggest thing that you notice as you're kind of moving through here is that there appears to be some sort of festival being prepared. It is there are flyers all over the place. And it basically goes it basically all looks like it's almost like keep calm and carry on propaganda.
Mhm.
So it is the festival of the sun, and it appears that this will be happening in a couple days' time. And at the bottom, it just says "All will be well." And these are plastered all over the place. Just every 10 feet, you see them all over the place. As you get to the center of this market, where he was sending you, you guys see that he sends you over to this kind of what looks like more of like a catch-all shop, like a pawn shop almost. You would have given them the name Marco,
Okay.
and told them, like offer this as trade. And as you guys head up, this kind of portly gentleman is just lounged behind a counter. You guys walk in, and he sees all of you, and he just kind of like cocks an eyebrow at you, and he just kind of looks at you in particular, Kilram, and he says, "Can I help you?"
I look at Trey.
is a more seemingly unnoticeable person, but he's still like a drow, which is also very unusual here.
Went off to find the cartographer.
That's where we're at.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No, he's he's more focused on you, this like giant like bear man. But yeah, the group of you are in here with him.
He's good luck.
I am. Would you like to rub my hair? It's a common thing, apparently.
Would you like to rub my hair?
I think I'll take a pass at that.
That doesn't sound weird.
When he looks confused, I'll just say, luck is rare in Barovia. That's why you probably haven't seen many of these.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that logic.
I was hoping to get as an accurate and complete map as I possibly can, and I heard you're the man to see.
Tourists here for the festival?
Well, we would like to see the festival, but we'd like to make sure we, know all possible paths to get to and fro. Accuracy in a map is greatly helpful.
Absolutely, absolutely. I can get you one that's set up with all the sites. We're just you're looking to maybe spend a day out on the lake even. It's a wonderful lake, very beautiful. So long as you don't mind the elves, of course.
He does realize he's saying that to a half elf, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're very clearly not one of the ones he is referencing.
Yeah.
You're like dressed in like armor and carrying a sword, and you look human enough.
I mean, I don't have too many issues with elves usually.
Oh no, not to say that elves on the whole are bad. These are just well, they're a little skittish, but who can blame them with what's been going on around here?
Yeah, I don't think anybody can blame anybody with things that go on around here. So, about that map, what kind of price are we talking about? Can I see the quality of the map before we discuss the price?
So he kind of moves around, fishes around for a few things, and he brings out two maps. One of them is roughly just like the area immediately around Valaki and Valaki itself. We're looking at maybe like a mile outside of Valaki, like the terrain around it. So not super
to a lake.
No, it does. It does the thing where like the lake kind of like cuts off the top portion of the map.
Okay.
But he says, well, this here is gonna be your more sightseeing map here for the immediate area, the area here for Valaki, and where you're gonna go for what you want to see during the festival. But if you're looking to kind of take in more of the natural beauty of the area and the scenery, especially the lake, this one here's the one you're going to want. And he pulls up a map that is roughly the same size map, but everything is a lot smaller on it. The detail isn't quite the same. Like, it's a detailed map, but the detail is not quite the same because everything is smaller into scale. But this map roughly gives you this map will give you a 20-mile radius around Valaki. So you can see that the this fully encompasses the lake, parts of the woods, and even down into the highway a bit. And you can see, based on what you're looking at where you are, you guys have roughly ended up probably a good like 40 miles from where you went down.
Um,
Yeah,
Can
I
you
was
see
gonna
any
ask
mount-
Johnny how far Kresik was.
Kresik is like a 4-day ride from here.
Okay.
Can we see any mountains on this map?
On this map, this one that you are looking at, no.
And this is the most complete map of the land you have.
Well, of the area here. Were you looking for an overall map?
Yeah, I'd be interested in one of those.
He is going to kind of do a little bit of searching and see if he has it. And by that, I mean I'm going to roll a percentile dice.
I call whichever number you roll.
Is that a cat in Ray's chair?
Oh, wow.
It's the chair.
What?
Oh, wow. I have never rolled a 99 before. Yeah,
Oh my.
he comes back and he says, this one's not going to be as detailed, but it'll give you at least the basic geography of the whole land of Barovia. And he puts a map down on the table, and it gives you basically a full view of the scope of Barovia. And it is surprisingly larger than you thought it would be.
Seen a map.
Yes, I'm going to pull up.
Does this one have mountains in it?
This one does. And maybe it's here. Is it here? Are you here? No. Those are battle maps. I don't want to give you battle maps. I want to give you the map of...
He has a map.
I just posted one in Skype chat.
There we go.
If
Is
that's
Yes.
the one you want to use, of course.
the one Anthony posted?
No, it doesn't look like that. It looks cooler.
Yeah. That's about as accurate as it is, actually.
We're gonna find one that wasn't as accurate and just kind of was like a broad overview.
So yeah, this one doesn't give you a lot of. Oh wait, this one's got the Wizards of Wine in a weird place. So the Wizards of Wine is a little
It's not
closer
an
to.
official one.
Yeah, the Wizards of Wine is actually a little closer to the bridge.
Do you want me to try and share the one that he sent?
Sure.
Sure.
The Wizards of Wine is actually a little bit closer to the bridge near the river there, and it's not nearly as big, obviously. But this is more of like here's where the majority of the stuff is, and you can see that there are a couple mountain ranges in here, and an actual like very large mountain at the top at the very north.
Weird, it didn't work.
Cartographers aren't always accurate though, so that could be the saving grace for the DM as far as why this makes sense.
Yes, the cartographers are not always 100% accurate, especially in spooky medieval times.
That's right.
Right.
It's not letting me share. Skype. Let me
Here.
just download it.
Are you trying to bring the map up on Twitch?
Yeah, I was trying to bring that map up on Twitch, but I'm just gonna
Save.
save it.
Yeah, save
Yeah,
the
I'm
image,
gonna
Here,
save it.
upload it.
Here. I'm gonna try something here, and this
Josh is gonna do something crazy.
might work, and it might not. We'll see.
I have like a
Uh,
3 Windows update.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I've been trying to make my fucking. I've been trying to make my computer not tell me every like 10 minutes.
No, but it knocked me completely out of Fantasy Grounds again. Like, but no, I said no.
Okay, I'm gonna try to. Oh wait, whoops! I may have turned my camera off.
Well, for us
Yeah.
it's broken, so
I have the
Okay.
image. Let me send it. Do one thing here. Shit.
Yeah, Josh turned his camera off.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it back on, and it is being a whole bitch right now. There we go. All right, now.
A whole bitch.
Not a half
Now.
bitch.
Now.
A whole damn bitch.
love it.
Did it show up behind me? Yes. All right. Now I can go and.
Except
give
for
you
we
the
can't
weather.
see you because you may have turned your camera on, but it's still not
Oh,
coming.
okay.
That's okay. I got it. Maps up.
Here we go. So
Maps
you can see that the weather in Barovia
Is spoopy.
we're gonna get a lot of vampires in pretty much everywhere.
Oh Jesus! I
yes.
love this.
So
Well, what about on the western side, Josh?
so on the west there's nothing to see over here.
There's
There's
nothing to see. Nothing to see.
Move along.
So yeah,
Move along.
so you guys are roughly oh, my hand disappears. You guys are roughly like here-ish. God damn it.
We're in Vallaki.
Yeah. No, I'm
Vallaki
sorry.
is right where your
You guys
fingers
are
are.
right here. Yeah, you guys are right here.
You're currently fingering Vallaki.
Mhm. Oh God!
I wasn't gonna say
I knew it.
anything.
Oh no!
I'm glad that you
You guys are right here.
Hey,
You
it's
can see
what,
that the
Cassie?
lake is right there. There's also the mountain
like
there.
right here.
There's
Like,
Did
some-
Cassie?
there's
Did you
some-
say that Vallaki's coming?
There's some mountains. There's some mountains up in this area. Kresik is over here. That's where. There we go. Kresik is right there.
That's Castle Ravenloft.
That's
No,
Ravenloft.
I went
Kresik was where your
backwards.
head
Oh,
was.
it's
Yeah.
backwards. I am backwards. I'm sorry. Here.
What's worse is no one can really
There.
see shit because your camera's so
there is
small.
where it is.
Yeah.
We'll get it in post, right?
There it is. Right here.
Oh, I
and
can see him again finally.
We're doing it
I
live.
got all of that.
oh, there it is. Ta-da! That's where that's right here is where you guys are.
Oh, this is great.
So,
Ooh.
it's awful. I never should have done this.
No,
But I do have the map. I do have the map showing
So,
now.
yeah,
So
the map
perfect.
is
that
here.
is a
Create a map
non-official
show
map.
where?
Just FYI.
Oh, you mean for everybody else? I'm sorry.
Yes, for
Yes.
everyone else. You guys can see the map in Skype, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I
I
apologize.
can't for some reason. I don't see it
Okay,
anymore.
almost all
You
of
know
you
what's
can see
great?
it in Skype.
You know what's great about this map in particular, and like the light that I have and my complexion, is that it makes me look like I'm undead. So this is perfect spooky times.
Perfect spooky time.
I'm the fairest in all the land.
I have at least one question real quick. Since I can see a map now,
Yes.
there are 3
I'm-
lakes that are labeled on this map. There's Zarovich,
Mhm.
Eden or Eden, whatever, and then like Luna Lake. Which one is the one that has the elves that we're supposed to be going to help find Eric's nephew?
Zarovich, the one that is directly north of Valaki.
Okay, the close one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Um.
So he has shown you this map.
Yeah.
He has presented this map to you, and for payment for this map in particular, he is going to ask for 6 copper.
6 what?
Copper.
6
Gonna
copper.
break
6
the
copper
bank.
pieces.
How
6
much for all
gold
3 maps?
All 3 maps. If you wanted all 3 maps, he'd give it to you for. Give it to you for silver.
The silver.
All 3, yeah. He has other copies of the Valaki map.
Can I try to haggle him down a little bit,
You absolutely can. How would you like
or
to?
see if he can throw in something else for extra that might be useful that he hasn't shown me? You know what? Instead of haggling him down in price, I'm gonna ask him if he's got other maps he can throw in for the silver that he has not shown me that would be useful for tourists of Barovia.
Yeah. So he make a persuasion check. We're playing D&D. I should make you guys roll more dice.
Hey.
All right. So it's gonna be whatever this says plus 2.
Add the 2 to it.
How? Oh,
There's the
there we go.
letters.
Damn. Okay, cool. Never mind. It's gonna be exactly what it says.
Okay, with an 18. So he kind of looks you up and down, and he says, "You're not from here, are you?"
Not really. No. Passing through.
Well, tell you what, I'll slip in a little something extra here for you. And he kind of puts a kind of rougher sketched map up, and he says, "This here will lead you to an area where it's rumored, just a pretty strong rumor, but it's rumored that another one of the traveling kind came through. A real powerful wizard. And he misplaced a few things. No one's really been able to get in there or get anything, but just so happens I've got a little bit of a treasure map here that might help guide you there, and all I ask in return is a little something extra. Say,
When he says he wants a little something extra, I'm gonna turn, pull my dagger, look at Kilgrim, and kind of give him that look like, "May I please have permission?" And when he has that shocked look on his face, that's when I'm gonna assume that means yes, and I'm just gonna like cut off like a bit of his fur, and then I'm gonna turn and be like, "All right, it was a hard bargain, but we'll let you have some of the lucky fur."
thought he was gonna kill him.
Right?
So-
I kind of did too, but I was like, no, like.
So
I was like, here we go, murder hobo. Here we started off.
Hell
Here we
yeah. Fuck yeah, burn down Valaki.
No, we've done
Hey,
it too many times.
Hey, Johnny, you want to come hang out with us? We're just gonna burn down
Burn
your
you-
town the second you leave us alone.
He walks in and like, you know, he just like
Don't, no
Did you
big
really think I
deal.
was gonna stab you?
go. I thought you were going to stab him for some reason.
So you produce this lock of the lucky furball here, and he kind of looks at it, and he holds out a hand to give it a further inspection.
I will
And-
take his hand.
He takes it and he's just kind of like looking at this, and he's just, oh.
I know
How-
the smell is
how do you-
unusual.
How do you use it?
We keep him with us because he's lucky. The fur is part of that. So
Right.
I would recommend.
I ain't asking you, I'm asking the lucky one. How do you use it?
Well, if you keep it on your person, particularly contacting the skin, maybe you could attach it to your chest, like a necklace or a locket, and the luck flows forth.
Does it like keep like evil spirits away?
Oh, yes. Keeps the evil spirits away, improves your daily luck, improves luck with the ladies.
So when you say that, he kind of like raises an eyebrow. It's like with the ladies, eh?
Trust the hair.
He kind of tucks it into his shirt pocket, and he says, "All right, silver piece, please."
I'm gonna put the silver down, collect the maps, and roll them up. And I will be happily handing back the rug. That way, somebody does not get in trouble with their wife.
Lovely.
That's so nice.
That's so sweet.
As we're walking out the door, but we're out of earshot of the man, I turn to Trey and I say, "When we find all that wizard stuff, that'll be worth it."
Yeah, and I mean, you know, he's got some lucky fur now.
You're taking this real well for a man who just got shaved, like
Right?
unknowingly. I would not have the same reaction.
Same.
Kilrim overheard that wizard tower and like the wizard stuff and was like, "Okay,
Wizard
neat
stuff.
Did somebody say wizard stuff? All right, so you guys now have detailed maps. You reconvene with Johnny, and begin to make your way up to the lake to
No.
visit the elves.
Present Johnny's wife with the rug back. Like, just put it
I'll
back.
double
there.
back and come back. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like walk back in and put it back on the floor and just go like, we talked our way into a map another way. 4 maps, technically.
You say that not to me, but to my wife, right?
Well, I say the 4 maps to you, but like I'm giving your wife the rug back.
Oh, got it.
Back down on the floor.
Got it. I will. I'm sure. Scarlett and I are definitely very happy with this this resolution, and I'm sure would love to hear the story of how you were able to talk your way out of 4 maps from Marco. He's quite the swindler.
I just hold up the spot he shaved.
Well, I assume that you mean to give me an answer, but now I just have nothing but more questions.
Well, Marcus seems
So
very
many
interested in
more.
our friend here, and it seems he's never seen a furbog before. So I let him know that they're rare in Barovia because they bring good luck, and luck is rare in Barovia.
Is that true, Kilram?
No, not even a little bit.
Well, no, they are
I'm
rare.
a lucky furbog.
Whoa.
I've
You
had
are
nothing
rare
but
in
bad
Barovia,
luck.
and you do bring luck.
I mean, it wasn't
Not
technically
magically coming
lying.
her. I mean,
Well, at the very least, I hope it brings Marco some luck in one way or another. And I am happy to see the resolution was that I still have my hide for my wife here. It was an anniversary present, and
ooh, you gave me an anniversary present to trade? That
I
does
think
not
that-
sound like a good idea.
I think the stakes were high, and we definitely needed those maps.
Just out of
So-
curiosity, where is that last map of? Like, where on the map is that?
For which one?
The treasure
the-
map.
For
wizard
the
who
for the
left a bunch of
wizard.
stuff?
So this one is more of a this was more of like a smaller area. But as best as you can tell, this has you. Wow. Actually, you know what? Make a investigation check for me.
Can I assist him?
Yeah, I was
I was
gonna
gonna
say.
ask if
Yeah,
I
I'll
get a
say-
system
I'll
since
s- I'll
I'm
say-
I'm
I'm proficient in investigation.
Give me 2. We'll take the highest
All right.
because we have a local and we have a wizard.
That's a natural 20.
We have several. Yeah, fucking sure. Yeah.
Roll at this point. I'm just gonna.
So with the natural 20, this tower looks super familiar to you. You feel as though you have. You feel as though you saw this tower in your vision. And as you're really studying it and looking it over, you get this feeling in your gut that like you're supposed to go here. And as all of you are pondering over which one this is, you can tell that this is to get to this tower. You're going to need to go up to the west. There is a tower that's kind of roughly sketched on the lake, and that is
The one that says
Yeah.
Von Richten's Tower?
yeah, the one that says Von Richten Tower or Von Richten's Tower.
So it's not
Um,
too terribly far away, but it's still like a bit of a trek.
Right. It is a bit of a trek, yeah.
I wrote some good notes.
But yeah, with this information and with everything in hand, you guys are free to set out on your journey, and that is where we're gonna call it tonight because it is 10:18. We've gone over a bit, and next week we will pick up with everyone on the move.
Nice.
Woo!
Well, thank you very
Woohoo!
much, Josh, for running us through the spoopy.
Thank you.
Spoopy.
Spoopy.
Thank
We
you for playing.
are. Thank you so much. We are going to go ahead and wrap things up tonight. We are going to go over the little blurbs real fast that we had for our announcements. Once again, we're doing the race to 8K, which is a race to get us to 8,000 followers on Facebook, which is now not working for some reason.
I don't think it's sub contest. I think it's like Facebook contest.
Oh, she changed it. Try it.
There you go.
There you go. And what we're doing is we're trying to get 8,000 followers. We are well on our way to 8,000. We are not there yet, though, and we need your help to get there. We are sitting at 7,573 people who follow us.
No, refresh your page.
Damn it.
Jeez.
I was
You
going to
son of a
say
bitch.
there is some problems. 7,581 people who follow us. And that's after a couple of bans that just happened. So we are going to be continuing to get us to 8,000, trying to get us 8,000, because when we get to 8,000, we are going to be giving away prizes. We are giving away, first off, the limited edition copies of Avernus and of the new Icewind Dale campaign settings, and to one that's going to go to one winner, and then to one other winner, we're going to have the Vox Machina limited edition Origins trade paperback for the Vox Machina Origins Series Volume 2. That's going to go to another winner when we hit 8,000 followers. Go to the Facebook page, use this link, like and follow the page, and we will go ahead and pull those winners the moment we hit 8K, just like we've been doing with all of our other contests that we've done so far. We are also running a Twitch contest right now, trying to get us to 200 followers. That Twitch contest is going to be for the minis that have been scrolling by in the teeny tiny window that's right now, but now it's going to get really big. The minis that have been scrolling by in that window in the center of the screen, there's the bartender, the bard, and the mysterious stranger, who looks nothing like a certain trademarked figure from Lord of the Rings. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and give those away when we hit 200 followers on Facebook to one winner from our followers list on Twitch. To one winner from our followers list on Twitch. So as soon as we get to 200 followers on Twitch, we'll give that away. So do your best to share our Twitch feed. Tell people that you like the show, to people you want them to watch, so you guys can talk about it and get us to followers. How close to 8K? We are at 7,581. And for the Twitch followers,
We're still at 145.
145. We're at
I just
145. Thank you so much. She's so on
I'm
top
on
of it.
top of it.
She's on top of it.
It's almost like somebody put me in charge of it, and I'm actually doing it.
Yay! And also, as always, please, guys, if you guys can donate to Extra Life, it would be so amazing to help out with this. We are doing so well, and I'm so proud of everyone who's already donated. We are going to try and blow that $2,000 goal completely out of the water. So if you can donate to Extra Life, even $1, even $2, do so. If you cannot, because we know that these times are really hard, but if you cannot donate to Extra Life, then share this link. Get us out to other people who might be able to help out, and let them know what we're doing. Extra Life works with the Children's Miracle Network to get money to children's hospitals across the country. This is an incredibly good charity. It's run by gamers. It was started by gamers. It's continually driven by gamers. The gamer community supports it. We're trying to do what we can to support it as well. So do what you can by either donating if you can, or if you can't, by sharing out the link and making sure that it gets out to everyone you know. So hopefully this season, we, as our first season running Extra Life, we can blow our goal out of the water. We would love that so much, and it'd be a wonderful birthday present for Jessica. Finally, as always, we are doing everything we can to support our local gaming community. And what that means during a pandemic is we're trying to support the local game stores. They're the ones right now who are hurting the absolute most. You guys, we may be quarantined and stuck in our houses, but at least we have a place to be. These game stores have have limited people coming in right now, and even if they get people coming in, usually they're running a limited occupancy. But a lot of them are doing everything they can to make sure the gaming community stays safe. Our store tonight was Collected Comics and Games in Hearst, Texas. It is doing curbside pickup. It is requiring mask for in-store visits, and it is practicing social distancing within the store. It is doing everything they can to make sure it's a safe environment for gamers to come pick stuff up in, even if they just pick it up from the curb. You can call ahead, you can order from the store, and they will bring it out to your car. So please, do what you can to support the local gamer community. That way, the local gamer community can be there for us when we need them, just like we're there for them when they needed us. Or take that, flip it upside down. I don't know. I'm really tired. So one thing one thing
Strike
else,
that, reverse it.
yeah, slice that, reverse it, flip it upside down, whatever, backwards, sideways. The words are falling down out of my face and hitting things. I don't know. What were you saying,
Past
Jonathan?
bedtime.
As a friendly announcement, since we did not get to say it on Friday, we found out after the stream ended, we did hit 15 followers on Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means I made a $100 donation to Extra Life. So that's another way, if you can't afford to pay on your own, you can help out. If we hit 20 and we're playing this coming Friday again, then that's another $100 donation I'm making. So
That's awesome.
just 5 more viewers than what we had last week, and I'm paying out again.
Oh, yeah, if you guys can get us to 20 on Friday for our Firefly campaign, you guys will be able to get us to 20 on Friday for Firefly campaign. Jonathan's going to donate another $100, so that makes 200 total. That would be freaking amazing. Also, one other thing, I wanted to touch on this. This is a very serious subject, and I'm sorry to bring it up, but I didn't remember this until just last night. This month is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and we posted a little bit about it on Facebook. If you guys, this has been a hard time for everyone. The COVID has made things incredibly hard for everybody, but for people who suffer from depression and people who suffer from other mental illnesses, this has been an incredibly hard time. So just if you are feeling in any way, shape, or form that you are worried about yourself, or you're feeling like you need help, just know that you can reach out. There are people out there who are more than willing to help. They're literally there to be there for you. It's their whole purpose. And they may be strangers, but right now you're not talking to anyone about it. And even a stranger is someone who will be there to listen to you and to help you. So if you feel the need, please do reach out and try and get some help if you can. We want everyone to be with us as long as possible. We love you all. And the idea of any of you suffering is hard enough without the added, idea that, you might not have known that, we're strangers to you. We're people who run a game for your entertainment. But we really freaking care. We really want to make sure that you guys have the abilities and have the resources that you need. I mean, you can definitely reach out to us. We're not counselors, but if you just need someone to talk to, you can message us on Facebook. You can message us on Twitter. You can message us through our website, through our email address, contact@dinnerandagame.net. But we will recommend absolutely that you guys reach out to your to professionals, counselors, anyone who is local to you. Reach out to family members; they know you best. Reach out to your friends; they know you best. If you don't have access to either one of those, we are putting in the phone number for the suicide prevention line. Just call it. They're there for you. We're here for you, but we're not professionals, and we will be there for you if you need us. But no matter what, reach out. Yeah, thank you, Tiny Pencil. But anyway, as with everything on the end of the show, we are going to go ahead and try and raid somebody. And I found a teeny tiny channel that's apparently playing Curse of Strahd. It's Daquacken.
Okay.
Daquacken. DAAQUACKEN. I love his freaking Twitter handle. So anyway, he's got 6 people watching. So we're going to go raid his butt and let him know that Dinner and a Game sent you and send them lots of love. And we're going to go ahead and do that now. But before we go, as always, if you can, stay home. Stay home. It is a pandemic. People are dying. There were in the past week, my son is doing 100% remote, thank God. But in the past week, my son's high school has had almost 20 cases of COVID-19, and about a quarter of those have been staff. So it does not matter if you're a child or you're an adult. COVID doesn't give two shits. It does. It's going to hit everyone. And even if you don't suffer any symptoms at all, if you get COVID, you can pass it on to anyone else. So if you can stay home, stay home. If you can't, because we know that people are necessary workers, that people have to in the service industry are still being expected to go to work. If you have to go out, wear a mask. It is the only way to keep yourself safe. It's the only way to keep the people around you safe. But if you can stay home, stay home. If you can't, wear a mask, please. We want you to come back. We want you to share these shows with us. We want you to be part of our family. Because, a dinner and a game, we always say this, we always believe it, we mean it sincerely. You will always have a seat at the table. Now, let's go raid the Quacken and make his night. You guys ready?
Let's make sure that they're still alive because I just did a search and I'm not seeing it.
Oh, how do I make sure?
Well, how do you spell it? D-A or T-H-E?
D-A-Q-U.
Not showing it. They might have been live earlier. I did find a very interesting group of folks and they're doing a show. They're called the Grouch Couch, and they're doing a full costume voice acting chat powered D&D, and they are in costume. If everybody wants to try that out,
let's go raid the hell out of them.
All right, let's see what they're all about. I'll start this raid.
Thank you.
That sounds super interesting for sure.
Yeah, one's dressed as a giant eagle, so I don't know.
As a giant eagle?
We'll see what we're in store for, guys.
Okay, guys, I'm expecting costumes. Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh,
all right, guys.
God,
Thank you guys very much. Have a great night.
Have a great night, guys. Thank you so much. We love you. Come back and see us next time. Did we just raid?
Done. Stop streaming.
Hang on a second. I gotta make sure this doesn't go crazy.
Oh my god, he's a giant fucking eagle.